Sound production.
Good evening, gentlemen. It is your boy Sirius. Welcome to tonight's stream. I know I haven't streamed within 3 weeks, but that's because I was on a wonderful vacation in the Southeast Asia region. Okay. And I definitely missed that place every second when I came back here because I'm telling you right now, I was treated like a fucking king when I was over there. I loved every second of it. And once again, that's not saying stop being red pill. Be red pill wherever you go, gentlemen, because we already established that the female nature is the female nature, okay, no matter where you go. But there are areas in the world where women, they understand that, hey, maybe I need to be more respectful towards the men that I interact with in order to get what I want, right? Not the spoiled bitches that we have here in the West. I'm talking about the women over there overseas that actually think twice before acting a fool, right? I had a great time on my vacation. Phenomenal time. I didn't have to have my guard up 24/7. I didn't have to ask 200 questions. Nah, I didn't even have to know a female. I didn't even know her. And she treated me with the utmost respect. Now, imagine how it felt when I came back into the United States. Yeah, it didn't feel good, did it? But I am back here. I'm about to do my thing. You know, I felt kind of bad pretty much a ghost to you guys. I did give you guys some memes though. Like I gave you guys some decent memes. All right. At least I can still declare myself the meme king in the manosphere or whatever you want to call it. So right now, I don't really have much to talk about because honestly, it's things that we've talked about over and over and over and over again, right? But this topic today is something that's brand new, something that hasn't really been talked about before. Okay. This is something that popped up within the last couple weeks. And I am so dumbfounded. I am so confused to the point where I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And don't get me wrong. Wait, hold up. Give me a second. Cesspool says, I don't know, Eudes. I've been seeing a lot of women losing their shit on E-Man67's channel when it comes to the passport bros. Yo, fuck them bitches. I don't give a fuck about them. Fuck them. I guarantee you they're Western females as well. Listen, men don't demand for a lot. Yeah, I know you know, Cesspool. I know, you pretty much know the gist, but I'm just speaking in general. I'm speaking to the entire audience. Men don't expect a lot of shit, okay? Just be respectful, be feminine, don't be a bitch, keep your legs closed, and let's just have a good time, right? And I'm speaking on meeting you on the first name basis, right? I never met this one before, right? It's our first time, blah, blah, blah. My experience over there in Southeast Asia, once again, was awesome. It was amazing. I don't even know these females. And these females, I'm telling you right now, 8 or a 9 in America is a fucking 4 or 5 in Southeast Asia. And I put that on my dead grandma. I put that on my dead grandma. Because once again, the emphasis of makeup overseas, especially in Southeast Asia, isn't as prevalent as it is in the United States. And all the filters and all this other crazy shit that women do to try to change their image, right? AKA lie. But when I went over there, majority of the women over there was natural. And if they had makeup, it was barely any makeup, like light makeup. It was very light. So they weren't lying to me per se. They showed me who they truly are. And on top of that, they treated me with the utmost respect. And that's all what a man asks for. That's it. That's literally what a man wants. Respect and appreciate the efforts that the men go through to make things work, to make a woman happy. That's it. I didn't go that far in Southeast Asia, but what I'm saying is the fact that I can walk down the street, and I can have the most friendliest conversation with women who are 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, with no type of bias, no type of expectations, nothing. Just having a great time, having a grand old time, just having fun. And then I come back to the United States and bitches won't even look your way unless you make $150,000 a year. That should tell you something. But before we begin, because I went on my little rant. I'm going to add the one, the only, Grey Ghost. What's going on, Grey Ghost?
Hey, good evening. Been a long couple of weeks.
Yo, I had to come back from my trip early because of somebody going to the emergency room. But besides that, you should really try going to Southeast Asia, like if you have time in the future.
Yeah, I don't know. My one 1 week of vacation this year was kind of a wash, so we'll see what happens.
Not even this year. I'm talking about any time in the future.
Yeah, no. I can book so much vacation time. You either got a lot of money to make in a short amount of time to make it. So,
Well, shit, that's the main goal for me. Make a lot of money and work as little as possible.
I gotta grind hard. Was grinding pretty hard last night to learn accounting in a hurry so that I can have a more permanent residence in Southeast Asia rather than just, temporary.
So I grind for 6 years, man. I'm done with that grinding bullshit. Nah, I'm definitely playing my cards real good right now. And I see what you're saying. If you're going to be going to Southeast Asia, and if you do find a woman that meets your expectations, you want your permanent residence.
Yeah. At the very least, I want remote work. Whether or not I end up settling down with a family there is another matter. I need the remote work to have an option to get the hell out of the country.
Oh yeah. See, that's a big thing that a lot of people don't understand these days. That passive income is the thing these days. Passive income. I know it's been around for a while, but I'm talking 2023 chat. That's the way to go.
I don't trust that. No, I'm just thinking remote work. Like just work that I can do. Like if I can sit down somewhere with a laptop, I can work rather than you can turn up at a certain location each day.
No, don't get me wrong. You can have your main job, but I'm just saying that setting up things where you don't have to, you put little to no effort in order to get that passive income. That's going to be very common in the near future. Very common.
I don't trust it. If something sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
No, not probably. It is, since the government will definitely like to have a little slice before you even touch that money.
Yeah, and not to mention, most passive income usually requires a healthy economy.
That as well. I agree. I definitely agree with that.
Like, it would be one thing if you were doing like a whole bunch of these tech investments, back in the day. But, well, there's a bunch of people probably thought, like BuzzFeed and Twitter and all these tech startups were going to make it, and they're crying right now because all their passive income is going up in smoke.
Frost says real estate is the best form of passive income. Yes, in 2023, it is. It is. That's the best possible way to get money that you don't really have to work for. Yeah, you got to put in work in the beginning, but over time,
you got to take it. You got to hold it.
Yeah, but over time, if you get your shit together, and things are going within your favor, that's very good passive income.
Again, it's probably going to hold against inflation, but that's the thing. I wouldn't call that passive because you got to have the main property, maintain the property.
What the? Hammerhand is streaming now?
Oh wait, I think he's streaming. What? I think he's reviewing Barbie or something.
I thought he was doing that tomorrow.
I don't know.
Okay, whatever. Hey, if you guys want to watch Hammerhand and me at the same time, if you want to open up two tabs, go for it. But I'm gonna continue my stream, okay? Because I haven't streamed in almost 3 weeks. Where you at?
Algorithm demands sacrifice.
What?
The algorithm demands sacrifice.
Yeah, algorithm. But do Asian women like big, tall, hairy white guys like me? You have them at tall and white. That's all you need. Let's keep it 100. That's it. I gotta work a lot harder than you do in order to get these Asian chicks. Believe me. Because let's keep it. Let's keep it a million, not even 100. Let's keep it a million. I'm like an exotic animal to these Asian chicks, right? Because a lot of them, they haven't really seen a black man in person. So now when I'm walking around, it's either I'm a rapper or a NBA player, and I'm not even that tall. But that's how they perceive the black American.
That's the thing. Like,
And
they
then, of
see
course,
Black Americans on television, and that's about all they are.
yeah, and of course they're going to know what my thing is doing. Yeah, I know you guys know what I'm talking about. They want to have that jungle fever. And I won't hesitate to give it to them. If they ask, I will give it to them. And I haven't heard a female yet overseas that complained. Not one, but believe me, I use protection, okay? Protection is key. No matter where you go in the world, chat, use protection. Don't you agree, Gray?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's just too many reasons to use it. Like, at all times. The last thing you want is an unexpected anchor baby or one of the gifts that keeps on giving.
Oh shit. Yeah, that'll be the worst. The good thing, I am definitely clean of all that shit. Personally, I'm surprised that I came out of the military just clean. I have no STDs, no nothing. Oh, fun fact. You're able to get some free STD tests in the military in the United States.
Like,
It's free.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, oh, what's up?
Actually, I saw something military related, Eat, that'll probably piss you right the fuck off.
Or is this something that I probably already know?
I don't know. It was news that I just saw today, but yeah, apparently, a bunch of U.S. troops died overseas, including, of course, the poster child for this one, a woman. And they're saying, yeah, if you want her body back at $60,000 to the family.
See, that's the thing. I pay for the highest and bidder. See, chat, if you don't know, when you're in the military, you got to pay for your life insurance, right? And you can pay for the bare minimum or you can pay for the highest bidder. I've always paid for the highest bidder. I think that's around $400,000. Always. Because who knows what's going to happen, you know? Like, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what kind of crazy mission the military is going to send you to. But that's just me. I'm not greedy with my money, knowing that there's a big chance that I'm going to get yeeted from this world because of the military. But that's just me. Where's the somebody had hold up, give me a second. Boom. The reason they think that is because you have money and they believe only those professions are the ones blacks can do, because media portrays the rest as thugs or idiots. Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, I think that what's hilarious is that, like, despite all of these U.S. shows, like, making every single character black, like The Boys, for example, I think that, like, the CEO of, like, one of the superhero corps.
Oh, he's a great actor.
That's the thing. Original comic, dude's white.
Well, see,
but that's the thing. Like, despite all that,
it's a gray area. Okay, that it's a gray area in the sense of, how do I explain it? Putting somebody in a role just because they want to be all like diversity bullshit or put somebody in the role because they can really bring that character to life. You know, and I see what you're saying, Gray, where it's like putting Ryan Reynolds as Martin Luther King.
Well, no, it would be like putting Ryan Reynolds as Black Panther.
I was still watching them. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's just I see. Okay. I backtracked myself.
Yeah, no,
okay.
but it's more so that like is it like I've long since stopped caring. I never watched The Boys. I never really cared about the comics till the stuff ended up in my YouTube feed. And I caught a glimpse of one or two scenes. The point is that despite like all these media companies going above and beyond to bring Black actors into more than just these stereotypical roles, they're still seen overseas as like you're one or the other.
So before we begin our conversation, because I already know this is going to go over an hour. I already know. I know. I kind of text you about that, but I'm like, you know what? We already know it's about to get real. Are they blackwashing right now in Hollywood?
Well, yes. Like you have to be a little more specific about
in the sense of the Mermaid movie, black.
Yep.
The Snow White upcoming movie, black.
Well, Latina, but yeah.
And then there's gonna be like some type of one of the dwarfs is gonna be a woman.
Yeah, because that was the seven bandits.
But I'm like, what the fuck?
It's Brown Independent and the Seven Bandits.
And then the person that you mentioned and the boys, one of the owners of the company, black.
Yeah.
So are they really painting white people or white men and Cleopatra as well? Are they really painting white people, or more specifically white men, as a defect, as a bad trait?
That's the thing, it's just straight up erasure because it's always like the more competent roles too. Like basically, the only white men that are allowed are like Homer Simpson or homosexual.
Hold up. I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna keep it real. If you're talking about Cleopatra, me as a black dude myself, I personally believe she was half black at most. At most.
Ancient Egyptian royalty was of a Greek Macedonian line.
I know, but I'm like, at most, if I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt, she was half.
Yeah, but
more likely than not, she was mixed with not black. She was mixed with white and something else.
What's the thing? Like, she was Greek, Macedonian.
Yeah, but weren't there black people over there as well?
There were, but they weren't royalty.
Fair enough. I give you that.
That's the thing. Like, it's royal bloodlines, like a whole different thing. Like, yeah, there were black people in ancient Egypt. Yes, they were not the royal lines.
So that's what I'm saying, right? I'm not over here to say, oh, Cleopatra, she got the afro and all the other shit. No. I based on my knowledge, at the most, right? That's what I'm saying. At the most, my speculation, my opinion only, she was half black. But I will say 99% chance she was straight up Greek. So she was mixed with white and something else. For her to have that type of caramel skin, because she has some type of, she wasn't like white, like she had that.
It's like Macedonian Greek. Like Greek is not white; it's its own thing.
Yeah,
like they're basically they're basically taking all of Europe and Russia and saying like, "Yeah, you all the same race, all y'all." I would bet if you took someone from sub-Saharan Africa
no.
and someone from the Caribbean said, "Yeah, you both are the same," you'd have two guys who want to kick the shit out of you.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Egypt in Africa?
Yes, North Africa.
So gatekeeper, I'm going to have to disagree that they're Middle Easterns. Nope.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, keep in mind, the Sahara Desert, which Egypt is this thing, like, they're Middle Eastern in the sense of territory. Like, yes, they're not in the sense of continent that they inhabit. But you've got to remember that the Sahara Desert is pretty damn impassable by a lot of standards, especially those ancient standards. And it was a heck of a lot easier to get around the Mediterranean, to like move across the Mediterranean Sea than it was to cross the Sahara Desert. So
but chat, whether she's Middle Eastern, whether she's Greek or whatever, if she was born in Egypt or around that area, she's African. She could be African Greek or African whatever. At the end of the day, she's African, and there's no shame in that. There's no shame. I'm not saying that she's black and I'm black. But if she was born in Egypt, she's African.
Like there's white Africans, like, you know, well,
yeah,
there were, and then they get killed off.
And that's the big thing, you know. A lot of people just assume like African equals like blacker than darkness. Like no, like there's all shades of African.
Yeah,
you know,
it goes all the way to Elon Musk.
Exactly. I thought about it. I'm like, oh shit. Elon Musk is African. He's African American, like literally. He's literally African American. That threw me off. I was like, oh shit. I'm bamboozled. Like he's the richest African American in history. Like
definitely in the current day. Throughout all of history, you got to consider, like, well, what is rich in terms of ancient stuff? Because I'm pretty sure that there have been some African kings that,
African king, sure, but you know, African American,
yeah,
he's the richest one in history. Like he was the richest man on earth.
Richest African American in history. Yes.
Yeah. But I know about what's his name? Mansa Musa, I think that's what the name is.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, got so much gold that he pretty much collapsed the economy. I wish I could flex like that. One day, chat. One day. But I'll flex in mixtapes. I'm gonna pass out just a shit ton of mixtapes. I play this shit, motherfucker. Then bam, your economy is finished. And then I'll come in and save the day. You know, I'll be the government. Hey, I am here to help you. I am your friend. Don't trust me when I say that. Don't trust me when I say that. But in all seriousness, when it comes to that type of situation, when in the United States, with Hollywood is really doing their best to paint white people and specifically white men as negative, that's one of the biggest double standards or the biggest hypocrisy I've ever seen in my life so far. Like it's insane. Like you can't complain that, oh, people are looking at me because of my skin, oh, I'm a victim, I'm this and that and blah blah blah. But as soon as a white woman walks in with some cornrows or some dreads, she gets completely decimated because that's cultural appropriation. You can't do that. That's a black people's hair. While they're wearing all these wigs. These black women wearing all these wigs. Yeah.
You're wearing a black woman's hair. No, I'm not. You're literally wearing a white woman's hair.
Like you're wearing horse hair. Horse. Not even a human. It doesn't matter, white women, they can't have braids in their hair. That's a black person thing. Like, wrong.
Yeah,
Because it originated to the Vikings.
yeah, like white people had hair a long time ago.
Yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? The earliest date is when the Vikings started to braid hair. That's the earliest recorded history.
Yeah. I mean, although let's be honest, I don't think that braiding hair is something that it took us, until the Vikings to realize was a thing we could do. It just seems like a natural consequence of playing with your hair.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to maintain when you braid your hair. Especially in those times.
I willing to bet that cave people could braid their bloody hair. So,
but it just irks the fuck out of me where black women, yes, I'm gonna call black women. They have fake hair, fake nails, fake eyelashes, fake lips, fake BBL. They literally have fake toenails. They have a fake personality, whatever it is, right? And I know I can brush that paint to the rest of the women, but it is very bad with black women. Very bad. To the point where they really trying to rewrite history and defy history when it comes to, hey, you can't wear this, you can't do that, you can't do that. I'm like, bro, their ancestors has been doing this way before your ancestors. So how can you say that they can't do it when they've been doing it first? It doesn't matter. I'm a victim. White people. I'm like, oh my God. Because I don't give a fuck what people put on their fucking head. I don't care. As long as it isn't anything illegal where you need to go to jail, I don't care what you put in your hair.
What's hilarious is that for the longest time, it was like, oh, yes, we should all get together and share our common cultural traditions so we can all have understanding. And now it's like, now you can't. Now we are going to claim everything.
Yeah, and it's just the victimization of the black community. And yes, I'm going to say it over and over and over again. If whoever has a fucking problem, you can get fucked. And that's coming from a black man yourself, right? There ain't no fucking way that I'm going to go through life talking about, oh, whoa, me, oh, everything is going wrong because of the whites, because of the white people, blah, blah, blah. No. Maybe because you as a person is a lazy sack of shit that don't know how to fucking become an adult and be mature and accept accountability for your actions and do your best to correct your mistakes and make sure that that doesn't happen again. Simple as that, right? But no, the black community, they're very, very adamant on being lazy as fuck and blaming everybody else for their problems. And that's coming from a black man, me.
Yeah, well, you know that there's no one that women hate more than black men. Black women don't hate anyone more than black men.
Yeah, they can suck a dick. That's what they can do.
Apparently, that's all they can do.
Fuck them. Yeah, that's pretty much what they do. But I don't care. Please I want somebody to actually truly trying to give an excuse to the black community on why they're failing right now in the United States. Please do. And it's not just the United States, it's around the world as well, right? It's not everywhere, but there's certain areas, aka the Western world, where they truly do their best to do the most atrocious actions. And then when they get caught, they want to blame it on racism. Fuck you. Like there was a person in the UK was doing all these crazy pranks, this young black kid. And I think the final straw was he literally walked into a stranger's house in the UK. He literally just walked in and just sat on their couch or whatever.
Yeah, you gotta do that in the UK because if you do that in the US, you get shot.
Okay, so you know where I'm coming from. I'm like, you know how quick you would be shot the fuck up if you did the same thing. Like, you know,
what I think is hilarious is all these buggers, like with the Just Stop Oil, they're all over Europe right now, just standing or sitting in the middle of the road, obstructing traffic.
Yeah, so he know. Okay, so people know what I'm talking about. He ran to a few houses. I thought it was just one house. I didn't know he ran to more houses, and he was recording too. Like he was on live. He was on live when he was doing this shit. I'm sorry, but the mom is going to have to put that kid on a T-shirt if they try to do that shit in the U.S. I'm telling you right now. There's nothing but air and opportunity at that point.
I think what we need to do, there is a major missed opportunity here. Let's get Elon Musk on the phone and get him to start a new streaming service, Crime Stream. It is exclusively where criminals live stream themselves doing criminal acts. That's it.
I truly believe there will be people that will be up for it. Honestly,
that's the thing. I know people would watch it, and I know people would actually participate. You'd have Crime Stream influencers.
Oh man! See, chat.
Literally, like, I say that, then I'm like, wait, that was one of those interdimensional cable bits with like the Adventures of Steely, where that dude just like goes into the office and starts stealing shit, and then has a post, and then just like shows up, hey, here's the haul for all the shit I stole.
Man, honestly, I'll fund it. So they'll be caught so quick by the authorities.
No, they won't. That's the thing. Only certain of them will be caught by the authorities. The rest, the authorities won't bother with.
Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Do you remember this video? If you know, hold up, give me a second.
I know they're. You gotta be a little more specific. One second.
There was a black dude.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Hero Hay covered a bit of his stuff. I think Rev covered it maybe as well. Yeah,
I'm
eventually, like he just started getting beat up in the street. It's like, guys, you're not going to learn with you just like pushing him around and roughing him up.
I'm gonna be real. I will probably catch a case. Like I will catch a case so fucking quick. Because once again, Japan, if you guys never been to Japan, let me tell you about Japan. Have you been to Japan, Gray?
No, I have not. It is on my list of places to go, though.
Japan is more friendly than Canada.
Okay.
Yeah. They're very, very nice people. And this little fuck was really taking advantage of the niceness of Japan until he ran into a few people. I'm pretty sure, I'm not going to confirm it, but I would say allegedly, I'm pretty sure a couple of them was from the Yakuza or Yakuza, what do you want to call it?
That would have been. If you
the
did
fact that he was hunted down by a motorcycle, like this Japanese dude had a motorcycle, I'm like, okay, he's part of something because. Ain't no way. I've never seen something like that before in Japan. He literally stream sniped him or something like that, and just went on his bike. And somebody said that he got his ass beat.
He got beat a couple times. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like it wasn't. Like, he's never beaten up enough that it's anything serious. It's just like it always just seems like he's kind of roughed up a bit. And then left alone. It's like, guys, if he can still walk a week afterwards, you didn't beat him up.
Just imagine some foreigner going to Canada and just start fucking with vulnerable people like. Because I think the first person he was messing with was a woman.
That's called major cities, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The first person he was messing with was a woman, I think.
No, like, random foreigners coming to Canada and messing with the locals. Oh God, that never happens.
But he was being aggressive, like to the point where somebody, somebody with a conscience had to, like, hey, like,
And that's it's downtown Toronto, dude. Now the difference is that he live streamed his harassment of the locals for views. That's what makes it different. But if I wanted to see like locals being harassed by foreigners, I could just go down. You could just go to California or the U.S. border.
But in all seriousness, fuck a live stream. Fuck a live stream personally, because once again, if this dude is being asked and he's clearly a foreigner, like, I'm not here trying to be a Captain Sabo. I don't care if it's a woman or a man that this foreigner is messing with. I'm gonna have to fuck you up, bro, because you ain't gonna come to my country and do some bullshit like this. Like, you better be part of some rich ass family or something for you to be this confident. Like you better be something of importance, because I'm gonna have to throw hands.
I don't know.
That's just me. That's just me. I don't like bullies. I don't like bullies.
Yeah, no, I don't like that shit either. But I'm also not going to because here's the thing. Like, the thing is, in Japan, who's a foreigner and who's not a foreigner, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Like, in Canada, it is not.
Fair enough. I agree with that.
Yeah, like, it just how things are. It's like, who's foreigner, who's not? It's like, you can't tell. Especially if you're in the cities, you don't know who's who.
See, chat, here's the thing. Here's the difference. What I'm trying to explain, right? I'm pretty sure other Warband members have different opinions on this. If the woman or the man is starting shit and then they get into an altercation, that's on them. I'm not gonna go in and try to save the day. But if this person wasn't doing shit, mind their own business, and then all of a sudden they're getting like bullied or whatever, or they're how you say, they're getting harassed and shit, it's gonna make me contemplate to intervene or not. There's two big differences in my opinion.
Here's the interesting thing. Like, have you heard of these like Just Stop Oil protesters messing up with roads?
Just Stop Oil?
Yeah, they're called Just Stop Oil. They wear orange shirts, and their shtick is they hate oil, so they want to stop vehicles from driving.
Is this in Canada?
It might be in Canada. I've seen it in Germany and the UK at least.
It depends on what they did, because I know I've seen people on YouTube with the protest.
They literally sit in the street or stand in the street and obstruct traffic, or they vandalize property with the color orange.
Okay, I've seen it a couple of times, especially a few of them. They put their hand in concrete.
Yeah, that's them.
Okay, that's them. All right, I know them.
Yeah. So, question: you're driving. You see a bunch of people in orange shirts sitting down in the road in front of you. What do you do?
Do I let my intrinsic thoughts win, or do I do the right thing? Honestly, if they didn't glue their fucking hands to the goddamn like concrete, I will drag the fuck out of them out the road.
Yeah.
Like, I will like physically do that, because
no, that's the thing. Like, okay, yeah, you drag them off the road, then they stand up and walk back in.
Okay, then that's the test of my patience. Damn, good question, because then the next actions, it will probably land me in jail.
Yeah, you see, I got two answers depending on whether or not my vehicle's in front. If my vehicle's in front, then I congratulate them on their sacrifice for their cause.
You know what?
I introduce them to several dozen meters of concrete, meters of asphalt. If they are not, and they have their hand, let's see, I have three things. Stage 2. If they have their hands glued to the ground, I release them because I have a sledgehammer and a chisel in my vehicle at all times. Only I'm not taking away the concrete. I'm separating them at the wrist.
See, and that's the... Okay. Are they right in the head? See, that's the thing. Like,
they're doing it for attention.
Do they really know what they're doing, or they're just being a bunch of NPCs? Or like,
some of them are NPCs. Others are, just attention-starved, unemployed losers.
Because I want to get to that point, unless it's like a last resort. Because especially if you're like late to work, or you have something important to.
If I'm late to work, then like they're ending up underneath my vehicle. Like,
whoa, damn. Well,
like this is the thing. Like, if I have to get out of my vehicle to deal with them, it's because my vehicle is not in front, and I guarantee they're going to have a worse day than I am. If I am in front, then they better hope that they're not glued to the ground and that they've got a good reaction time. Otherwise, I'm going to have a bumpy ride for a couple seconds, and they're going to have a really bad day.
I'm pretty sure somewhere in the United States, it's legal to keep going when it comes to rides. If somebody's blocking the way, somewhere in the United States.
That's the thing. Like, what they are doing is illegal. Like, their obstruction of traffic is illegal, but the cops refuse to move. Now, but here's the thing. Here's the third. I didn't get the third scenario though. So let's assume the third scenario. My vehicle is not in front. They don't have their hands glued to the ground. But whenever they're dragged off the road, they get up and walk back. I did say I had a sledgehammer in my car at all times, right? You think they could walk?
No, you haven't said that.
Oh, I did. I told you I keep a sledgehammer and chisel in my car at all times.
No. Well, I forgot.
That's the thing. Like that's how I'm taking off their hands at the wrist to free them from their self-inflicted concrete prison.
And I'm sure you see videos yourself of men mainly dragging the protesters off the damn road.
Yeah, I see that. Then I see the protesters get up and walk back. So it's like, okay, if that happens, then I need to make sure that they can't walk back, and I'm going for the kneecaps.
And I don't blame you, honestly. I don't blame you if that came to that point. Like, cause it's ridiculous. Like, you can have a protest. Not saying you can't have a protest.
Stand on the sidewalk. Stand on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Hold your sides with everybody else. The instant you start obstructing traffic, you're causing problems.
Exactly. But there's no reason, because what if somebody's dying? What if somebody
Dude was literally going to the hospital with his pregnant wife and got into an accident because of these people. He punched one of them.
Did the wife survive? Or
oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Like, it wasn't a major accident, but like it was delayed and the vehicle crashed. So like I think she got out and started moving to started going towards the hospital. He straight up punched a dude out. No, and then started kicking them on the ground. And everyone else was like, "Oh no, you can't do that! No!" It's like, you buggers. You'll just stand by and watch when these people commit illegal acts, and you're just like, "Oh no, we'll look and won't interfere." But then as soon as someone starts dealing with the problem, no, now you gotta start enforcing the status quo.
When it comes to a woman that is carrying my child, that's in labor, anybody can get it. I don't give a fuck. Anybody can get it. So I definitely understand what that man did.
Oh, yeah.
I understand.
I know, and then like you get these talking heads with like, oh, we all agree that this violence is unacceptable. It's like, no, we don't. Many of us actually think that this violence did not go far enough. Because
Like violence, you don't know what the fuck violence is, bro.
yeah, like getting decked and kicked on the ground a little bit, that ain't violent.
Like let's keep
that
it real.
That is discouragement.
Right. Like let's keep it real, right? Like hell, I don't even have to like the woman. But if the woman is carrying my child and she's in labor, anybody can get it. I don't give a fuck. Like it's how you say, I'm reverting back to my instincts per se.
Yeah, no, do you care about the woman? Not necessarily. Do you care about the kid she's carrying? Absolutely.
Exactly. Like that's my fucking legacy. Because if my legacy doesn't make it, you're not going to make it. And that'll be my how you say, life's goal, to make sure you don't make it if you're the cause of my child not making it. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of men could agree.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Oh, you're being too crazy, sir. You're just being too violent. Take out my legacy. I'm going to have to take you out.
That's the thing. It's like, people say like, oh, you're going too far. It's like, no, like men will do anything for their kids. Like that's just how shit goes.
Ultimus Maximus. He says if she aborts your kid, see, that's something that I can't control it, because you already know how the laws are these days.
Well, hey, at the very least, you can ensure that it was a murder-suicide.
But before we get to that point, if you have the option, she's cut off from everything. Everything. She's cut off from you. She's cut off from your family. She's cut off from your finances. She's cut off from any type of connection she has from your homeboys and all that stuff. You cut her the fuck off. All right. She is, how you say, ostracized. She's banished. And that is the second worst punishment you can give to a woman that aborts your kid. Second worst punishment. Cut everything off.
And I'm still in favor of taking off the ring finger too.
It's not going to get to that point until shit hits the fan.
Oh no, dude! I'm thinking like, you catch her doing that, and she gets within range. Again, hammer and a chisel. That's all it takes. But then you just toss that shit in the woods.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Here you go, crow. Here you go, raven.
Yeah, it don't grow back.
But oh wait, hold up. Pixel's going the other way. What's going on, dog? It's been forever. What's going on? Man, I've seen a lot of old faces here. But at the end of the day, when it comes to this type of situation, I really, truly believe that getting married or having kids is just, it's not worth it. I'm like, at least in the West, it's not worth it. It's not.
Yeah. Until Philippines is on my list, unless the laws change in the Philippines to be disadvantageous, that's where I'm aiming at.
Yeah, and there's laws over there, overseas in Southeast Asia. Yeah, I get it. Oh, women, no, they're all like that. Yeah, no fucking shit. But what I'm trying to say is there are laws and shit that heavily favors men. Heavily favors.
Yeah, heck, just like all you got to do, like if all women will do it if given the chance, you just don't give them the chance.
Exactly. But when it comes to certain countries, how you say, they're going to have to play nice if they want to be around the children. They have to play nice. Because if they don't, guess what? More often than not, the father gets custody of the children. The father.
And then they really got to hide their past, because if it's a country where the father gets custody unless the woman behaves, like a single woman who's had kids before and doesn't have custody, yeah, there's no way that she's going to be near as welcomed as a single mother would in the West.
Oh, exactly. Because, like, at the end of the day, it is still how you say, quote unquote, patriarchy in these certain countries. What's the Storm says Philippines has a red light district. I'm guessing no fault divorce nonsense won't be far behind. No. I don't see the no fault divorce thing happening in the Philippines, because I'm pretty sure it's against the law to even get a divorce.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Unless
divorce
for a
divorce is
very
illegal
severe-
in the Philippines. So before you get no fault divorce, first you'd have to legalize divorce.
Yeah, unless it's some very, very, very severe reason, because I do know divorce happens in the Philippines, but it is like obvious the husband is a piece of shit. Like it's plain as day. But if the husband is taking care of the basic needs, why are you trying to get a divorce from him? Oh, because I'm not loving him anymore. I don't care. Oh, it's because he doesn't make me happy. I don't give a fuck. Oh, it's because he doesn't really give me the attention
No.
that I want.
Here's the yeah. Apparently, the only ones allowed to divorce in the Philippines are Muslims.
Yes, and even then, that's still difficult, because I think they need to get like 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses or something like that. It's a long process getting divorced as a Muslim, I think.
Yeah.
So overall, it's very difficult to get divorced in Philippines. Very difficult. So that's why the women over in the Philippines, they're definitely a bit nicer in general. Okay. In general, they're definitely way better than the Western women. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, because like I said before, I just got back from over there, Southeast Asia, because I went to multiple countries. I was treated like a king. See, that's the crazy part. I'm a black dude. Imagine if you're a white dude going over there. You'd be having a 100 times better experience than I would. Because you already know they're all about that, light skinned, trying to move up in that social hierarchy.
Yeah, like here's the difference. In the West, they have tanning beds. In the East, they have sun masks.
Yes, they do, actually, because I'm sure when I heard about it, the dark-skinned Filipinas, I think it's called. Dark skin means that you are of lesser class because you are outside working a lot more than, people from like upper class.
Yeah.
If you're low class, oh, what's up?
That's the thing. Like basically being an indoor office worker is seen as like higher status, whereas in the West, if you're not getting enough sun, well, it means you're an office worker, which is considered lower class. Which is weird, but that is how it goes. Like if you are super pasty, it's like, oh, what, you don't get to go to vacations or go overseas or go to the Bahamas or whatever?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and that's why I believe various Southeast Asian countries, they send their daughters to do some unfortunate work in order to make money. The ones from the lower class.
Now,
You
I
get what I'm
remember.
talking about, right?
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
I ain't seen that personally, but I do remember out in Vietnam, there was this one woman who was basically running a convenience store out of a rowboat. Interesting sight to be had. And yeah, and she had a full on like sun mask on, like just like like it was a COVID mask before COVID was a thing, and it basically covered everything but her eyes, and it was specifically to keep her face from getting any sun.
Pixel's going the old way. PLN 50. I forgot what PLN meant. It's been a while since I streamed, but he says, "All good." Hey, all good to you as well, bro. Thank you for the generous donation. Also,
PLN is Polish. I don't know how to pronounce this properly, so my apologies. Zloty. ZL with a slash through it. OTY.
Oh, Polish money.
Yeah. Polish zloty.
Hey, be on standby, y'all. Anybody that's in Poland, because Russia is being very, very, how you say, aggressive right now towards Poland.
Yeah.
So, just saying.
Yeah. Also, careful. Lost Vein, I don't blame you for not being able to get through that QuickBooks stream. That was a cluster and a half. I'm honestly probably going to have to chop the whole thing up into something coherent, but yeah.
Pharaoh Ravage says people care about that. Yes, colorism is still a big thing in 2023 in second and third world countries, only because of starts with a C. Colonialism. Yes. Since that's been happening, thanks to Britain, a lot of countries still believe that, if my child becomes more light-skinned, my child will be more respected among his peers in society. That's what colorism pretty much is. So that's why I say, yeah, me as a black man had a phenomenal time. Don't get me wrong, especially with people around my age. But overall, white men will have a way better time in Southeast Asia than I would. Because colorism plays a big part. Because your skin itself says that you have money, or they will assume that you have money. And that's a big thing that they're looking for when it comes to moving up the socioeconomic status and all that stuff.
Well, that's the thing. Like if you're a non-Asian in a Southeast Asian country, it's assumed that you have money because you had to get there somehow. And you sure as heck weren't hiding out on a boat for a couple months.
True, but being light skinned gives you a gigantic advantage.
Well, yeah, I've
seen it personally.
Yeah, not going to deny that. And well, let's be honest. If you were to be like if you were to put the poorest to wealthiest African Americans on a gradient, Elon Musk would be at the top.
It's probably because I dress nice that they treated me nice. And maybe that's the only reason why. I think that's the only reason why. And they probably figured out that I was American. Because at that point, they don't care about the skin color per se. The fact that you're an American means that you can get that money. Bless you.
I gotta grab some ice for a drink. I'll be right back.
What drink?
Rum and Coke. Captain Morgan.
Okay. All right, it's all good. Let me read this right quick. Sir Eudes, if Chronic created a compound walled off from the world, which state would be the best for that? One that protects the Second Amendment. IY fan. What a phenomenal question. I will say Texas. Texas will be the best possible place. If not Texas, Florida will be the second best place. Because those two states definitely do not mess around when it comes to the Second Amendment. So it'll be Texas or Florida.
I'd aim for Florida. Texas right now is too close to the border.
Fair enough. But if Chronic is gonna choose a place, and if I gave a suggestion, it'll be those two states. It'll be Texas or Florida. And nobody's gonna bat an eye either, right? Because it's Florida. Let me read this. Pixel says, "We good. Let them come. Yes. Let them arrive. I dare you. I dare you."
Like, I'll be honest, in terms of straight environment stuff, like, I know that there's a lot of advantages to being in the US, but if you could take US resources and go anywhere, I say go to Canada. And here's my reasoning. If you have a compound, if you have a compound and you have like just some basic infrastructure, then winter is your best friend.
I do like me some winter. Winter is my favorite season of the year, if you guys didn't know.
But here's the thing. Like, when you have a bunch of like starving masses banging at your gates, in Florida, they can do that year round. They can't do that shit year round in Canada.
Fair enough. So you suggest people to go to Canada if shit hits the fan, or?
Okay, well, if shit hits the fan, Canada is probably the best spot. For one reason, initially, low population density. People are going to be other people will be your number one threat. And Canada has a lot more low population density areas than the US.
So I will assume, let's say hypothetically shit does hit the fan, there's going to be more towns popping up.
Not for a while. First of all, you're going to get, there's going to be a mass migration to Canada. Like, for one, just because everyone's going to have the same idea. So the further you can get from the US border, the better. And number two, shit's going to get really nasty in winter.
Yeah, for people who aren't used to winter and not know what to do during winter, a lot of people are going to suffer.
Yeah. But like small towns in northern Canada, they're probably going to hold together fairly well so long as they have some ability to make food. Because that's really the trade-off. It's going to be really hard to farm. Not impossible. There are many techniques. My brother actually worked in refining them. So probably have to ask him. But like, he learned how to do farming in harsher northern Canadian climates. So like, there are special techniques out there in certain livestock to raise, specifically for like just the worst that a Canadian winter can throw at you.
Well, I like to hunt. I haven't learned how to farm yet, but hunting is my best chance.
Hunting's good, but you run into the problem of everyone's going to get that idea. And the local animals are going to realize in pretty short order that, oh, wow, there is no longer a hunting season. Like,
well, see, there won't be many people that are able to even get the animal because they don't even have the skills.
Okay, maybe there won't be a lot, but there will be enough to clear out the local wildlife.
Fair enough. I agree.
Especially the further north that you go, the greater the population of hunters and hunt camps there is. And if those guys are all trying to feed their families because here's the thing, in Canada, a group of guys might hunt a handful of moose, maybe 3 moose a year. Heavily restricted.
Moose does have like what? Don't they weigh like 1 point something tons?
Yeah, they weigh a shit ton, but the thing is, if you're doing it and you're trying to feed people, like the amount of animals that you will go through is going to go up a lot.
Fair enough. I agree.
Also, like seriously, there is the boldest mouse in my room right now. Like he just keeps on zipping around. He is just a royal pain in the ass.
You didn't catch it yet?
There's too many things for him to dive behind. Like, and he knows to stick to the walls.
God damn.
Like this guy's pulled Houdini, but like he'll be out in the bloody open. This bugger, I set up a trap, loaded it with peanut butter. I guess I didn't set it sensitive enough because the dude literally perched on the bloody thing, licking peanut butter, and then just left without finishing. It's like, you cocky son of a bitch.
You got a bucket, like an ice cream bucket or some type of bucket?
Yeah, you'd be like the roll can trick, right?
I'm just saying, just like pounce like a Black Panther and just like jump on that dude. Like put that bucket on top of him.
Dude, I've been trying to whack him with a slipper. Like he's hard. Like he keeps dodging behind stuff. This is definitely the smartest mouse I've ever encountered.
So it's not a rat.
No, it's not a rat. It's tiny.
Okay,
like the thing literally perched on a mouse trap trigger pad and didn't trigger the trap. It's a mouse.
Okay, because when like I thought about, I'm like, if it was a rat, like that's probably a pretty big rat. Like
no. He's tiny.
Okay, that's cool. Let me address this right quick. He says Washington, for no reason. Washington State, Washington D.C. You gotta specify. Waldemir Perez says, I will say the best U.S. state is Alaska.
I mean,
up there, but I would not say it's the best.
Best one to go post-apocalypse, sure. You just, you got to get through Canada first. And if you're going to go through Canada, you may as well stop at the Yukon.
Like I'm not saying Alaska is the best state. Like it's a wonderful state. I have plenty of friends that live there or they travel there. It's a pretty interesting state where they love to hunt over there as well. But what I say is the best state. I don't know. You got to give me reasons why.
Best to go post-apocalypse, honestly, probably Alaska. I'll actually, I would agree with that because so far as I know, they'd be fairly self-sustaining.
I agree. Alaska is a lot bigger than you think, Chad. It's a very, very big area.
It's bigger than the Yukon, and that's impressive.
Let me see who else. What's this? Tennessee, when I get enough cash, buy some land, farm. Dexter cows. What is Dexter? I don't know. Cows, chickens, and turkeys. Sell the meat, eggs, and their offspring for whatever will be the post-collapse curse. I wouldn't even try to sell. No.
No, I think you got to make it at the very least, you got to make it your first couple months to a full year before you even consider currency being a thing. At most, you might be able to negotiate some kind of barter, but really you should be more focused on just trying to keep yourself and whoever is your cooperatives, let's call them. I wouldn't call it your community because it's not going to be that big. It's like that handful of people that you're surviving with, assuming you're not doing it solo. That's who you got to focus on. You make it longer than a year, okay.
There's no security. There's no police. You're on your own. So do you really want to go off and boast about how many chickens and turkeys you got? You're going to have to wait a good minute before there's some type of stability within your area in order to consider because that currency shit. Until then, I suggest you keep it to yourself.
Oh yeah. Like
Because
eggs will be your
there's
blood
lurking
currency.
eyes, bro. There's lurking eyes. Like, why would I want to get my own chickens and turkeys? Why can I just take it from this guy?
And
And
you
he's
love
by
buggers.
himself.
Heck, you love buggers like trying to sneak into your freaking turkey house, stealing your eggs just so they can have their own turkeys.
And eggs are going to be crucial when shit hits the fan. Eggs are going to be like gold. Like I'm serious. Like that's I'm sure you agree, Gray. Eggs are going to be fucking gold.
Well, no, because eggs expire pretty fast, especially when refrigerators aren't that common.
Well, what I'm saying is,
Yeah, they're going to be valuable, yes.
They're going to at least take the chickens.
Yeah.
And see if they can get the eggs from the chickens.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you'll get two kinds. Like, you'll either get people who try to steal the chickens, or you'll get people who like maybe take a couple eggs and just try to, get stuff from you without you noticing.
Exactly. I'm telling you right now, Diesel Weasel, for the most part, if you're not married, if you don't have any kids, you're on your own. You can't even trust family to a T. You really need to be careful if shit gets crazy. Like, okay, how do I explain it? People in 2023 really underestimate how savage humanity can get. They really do. Even if it's from your own friends and family.
Yeah, like we're all kept in check by the police, by extension, the government.
It's something that it's a very cold pill, very hard pill to swallow, but you can't even trust your own family members. You can't even. There's only like you really have to put your life in the hands of somebody else. And I would say like 1 or 2 people max. But everybody else, unfortunately, they're going to be the enemy. That's why all the preppers for the last 10 years, they say, hey, don't tell friends or family that you're a prepper. Don't tell them where your shit is located.
Yeah, because first thing they're going to do is come to your place and try to take everything from you. And they're going to tell other people that are going to do it. So, no. Like, if you're actually a prepper, don't tell people you're a prepper. Otherwise, you've turned your private bunker into a pantry.
Literally, like it's free real estate when they know that you have it.
And if you want to see how fast your family turns on you, just try announcing that you have come into a lot of money.
Like, chat, I'm be real. I pretend to be broke. I got money, don't get me wrong. But around friends and family, I'm just some average Joe. That's whatever to me, right? And whatever donations you guys give to me, 99% of it goes towards the channel. I'm telling you right now, chat. I'm telling you right now. I know with my little young age, right? Because I'm almost 30 or whatever. Humanity it can get very nasty. Would you agree, Gray?
Yes, absolutely. Like, I've seen some history stuff. I know that humanity gets incredibly nasty. Like, I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, can you imagine in the modern day thinking up the punishment? Oh, I know. I'll get some shoes out of metal, heat them till they're red hot in a fire, stick someone's feet in them, and then drive a nail through them.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
That's how the queen died in the OG Snow White.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Disney, they have the original endings.
Yeah, like OG Snow White, like Snow White married the prince, went on to become queen of a kingdom. Her mother, the queen, got invited to a party where they put red hot metal shoes on her and then drove a spike through it so that she couldn't take them off, and she danced herself to death.
That sounds like a crazy party.
Yeah. But no, like honestly, guys, if you ever get the opportunity, I highly recommend a torture museum. Just to give you an idea of how creative humanity gets with hurting people.
Oh, they don't even know, especially in the medieval times. People in 2023 don't know. Humanity is the most peaceful, ironically, in 2023. We are in the most peaceful stage in human history, ironically.
That's the thing. Like we tend to deal very much in absolutes. Like we either don't hurt somebody or we hurt
We hurt
somebody.
everybody.
Well, no. We either don't hurt somebody or we hurt them so much that we can never hurt them again. Like it's very much one way or the other, but there's none of this. Yeah, let's keep you for alive for an extended period of time in a continuous state of agony until you eventually no longer can feel anything.
But I'm gonna address this right quick, Ray. Chat, you need to understand, and I know a majority of you men, that's already been through the ringer. You guys already know what I'm about to say. But at least for the newcomers or the youngins, listen up. We're not going to have any good times anytime soon. If we survive somehow within the next 20 to 30 years, we may have a prosperous future. But until then, I highly suggest you move about like you don't even have any money. You go around. You good, Gray?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. My sinuses have been all stuffed up this afternoon.
Oh. You move around like you don't have any money. You move around like you're just some average Joe. Don't let nobody, because I'm doing it myself. Don't let nobody what you actually have in your arsenal, what you actually have in your bank account. Don't say a fucking word.
Don't dress fancy either. Like I don't think I own like a pair of pants or a shirt over $50.
Yeah, the only expensive thing that I get is usually shoes, and the shoes max is $80 to $100 based on discounts.
Yeah, like my shoe, like my latest pair of boots really were $110, and the most expensive pair I have was a couple hundred, but that's strictly for work.
When it comes to what's about to happen soon, you guys need to shut the fuck up.
Thrift shop style too, baby. Like
yes,
there's tons of very functional and decent looking clothes at the thrift shop.
Like look at the billionaires. Yeah, I know they have like 80 supercars or whatever, but do you see them running around with the most expensive Lamborghini or Ferrari or Bugatti? No. The one of the richest people in the world, they're dressing very simple per se, even if it's just like a $1,000 suit.
The only reason that those guys, well, honestly, a lot of the reason that those guys own supercars at all is because the government requires you to spend a certain amount of money or they just take it.
Agreed.
So they often are like, well, you know what? I'll buy a supercar. I'll buy a Ferrari, whatever.
Yeah. If you make money, you have to spend money. That's the curse. You have to spend the money, unfortunately. You can't just keep it away once you meet that certain threshold. You have to spend the money.
Yeah.
Do you really? Okay, chat. Do you really think that majority of these men want to have 80, 90 supercars?
No, that's the thing. Like they're forced to buy
Do you
one
know?
every year, basically.
Yeah, like do you know how much insurance that is, or I don't know. Like it's a lot of maintenance per se.
Well, that's
To
the thing,
have
and
all these-
you need to drive them because if you just let them sit, then they rust out and go straight to hell.
Exactly, and when you drive them, you have to have the car insurance, and the car insurance it's not cheap if you're riding around in a how you say in a McLaren or it's like some
It's probably not an
vehicle.
exaggeration. It's probably not exaggeration to say that some of their car insurance payments are worth more than some people's cars.
Like literally, like per month. Per month, I guarantee you, the one of the richest people in the world, they're probably paying at least $70,000 to $80,000 a month. I'm lowballing it.
Yeah,
I'm lowballing it on car insurance.
like literally, they could buy you a new, like brand new truck every single month with their car insurance payments alone.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure if they had the choice, they wouldn't be paying for all this shit. They wouldn't have all these supercars. I guarantee you that would not be the case. But based on all the tax rules and all the other crazy nonsense, unfortunately, they have to keep spending in order to get like some type of tax break or
What's the thing?
something
Like they need to spend it, or they just give it to the government.
right. Or they give their money to charity. Charity is another avenue.
Yeah,
In order to get some type of tax break or something like that.
Yeah, so they'll go to like some kind of charity events where they're paying $2,000 for a plate of food, and then like bidding on some weird auction thing that goes towards cancer research or whatever.
Which is bullshit. But chat, hey, that's your opinion. My opinion is it's bullshit. All this Susan B. Anthony breast cancer blah, 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 is bullshit.
Yeah, it's just money laundering.
Yep. I completely agree with that. Hold up. What is Dexter cows? What is that?
Dexter cows or Dexter cows?
Dexter
cattle. Dexter cattle.
What? I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Sorry if I keep sneezing and blowing my nose. I don't know whether I've come down with a cold or whether there's some shit in the air or what. I don't know. It's a type of cow that provides milk.
Is that what it's called, Diesel Weasel? You gotta specify.
It's Dexter cattle. Yeah, like you can Google it.
Google it. Okay. Hold up. Are small breed of meat milk cows. They acquire less acreage than standard breed. 3 Dexters to 1 acre versus 1 standard breed to 1 acre. I did not know that. I learned something new today, like to keep it real. So Dexter cows, I can have 3 cows per acre compared to 1 standard breed to 1 acre. See, this is why I need to get into farming. Farming is a lot harder than it sounds, chat. But if you're able to get a hang of it, it is a crucial skill. It is very crucial. Dumb username says, hot take, the future is bright and life has never been better. You sure about that? You sure about that? Have you noticed what's been happening around the world? Have you noticed that Russia is fucking with the US again? Have you noticed that Iran is fucking with the US again? Have you noticed that there's more allegations towards Sleep Joe and his son Hunter Biden again? Did you know that Russia is pulling out of the grain deal to give thousands and thousands of tons of grain to the starving people in need? But on top of that, what?
Very simple explanation for this this hot take.
What's up?
Clearly, a newborn has learned to use the internet and type.
Oh, god damn it! Why you gotta rib him like that, bro?
Because that's the only logical explanation.
Well, I'm not trying to be mean, dumb user here. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but based on what I know, hell, I don't really have to tell. Grey Ghost, does the future look bright at the moment, like based on the trajectory?
Well, you know what? In a certain way, yeah, because I've heard that nukes are pretty bright.
Oh god damn it! That is the complete opposite. That's not what I want.
Like, let's be honest. Anyone who's looked at a nuclear blast or even been close by can agree. Yeah, that shit was pretty bright.
Hold up. Once again, I'm not informed about farming or ranching, but let me read this. That's ranching, not farming. Also, property taxes are the worst type of theft. They only get away with it because you can't take the land with you like a car, plane, boat to another country.
I'll show you. Get me my shovel. Dracula took land overseas. Why can't I?
Bring me my boat.
Get me a cargo ship and a shovel. I'll show you. I can't take this land with me.
Well, based on what IY fan is saying, I don't blame him. Like, he makes sense in the sense of they are really sneaky when it comes to property taxes.
Well, let's be
honestly,
honest.
you can't.
Everyone in the U.S. who pays property taxes should refuse it until the U.S. actually enforces the border.
I completely agree.
It's like we pay you property taxes to defend our border, and you're not.
You're not. You're letting hundreds of thousands of illegals in here.
This is why I'm all for the monarchy, 100%. Because because guaranteed, if this shit were to happen under a monarch system, there would be rebellions all over the place. Entire areas would be like, you know what? If I have to defend my own border with my own army, I ain't joining up with any king, and I'm unified with everyone like-minded.
Well, speaking of monarchy, I don't think that'll work with the amount of people that we have.
Why not?
We have way too many people.
But for a monarchy?
Yeah, I believe we have too many people for a monarchy. 300 million people trying to listen to one guy. I don't know.
Well, no, that's the thing. They don't listen to the one guy. Like the 300 million people. Like that's the thing. It's not like all 300 million people listen to the king. Like the king is usually so distant from the average person. At most, they'd listen to their local lord. So it would be more like your local population listening to the mayor.
Well, the closest I could think of is a dictator.
Yeah.
Dictator, I can see working. King? Because with dictators, is my way or the highway. I don't give a fuck what you think.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of the thing with a king, too.
Yeah, to an extent.
Like, I guess the thing is the king needs needs the consent of the majority of the lesser nobility in order to actually have a standing army. Because, like, in a monarchy, if every lord under the monarch decided to rebel against the monarch does not have a big enough army to stand against them. Because unlike with a dictator, you have a national army that the dictator unilaterally controls. With a monarchy, the army is fragmented up amongst the different lords.
Okay, so let's say 2023 right now. Let's say, would I call? Would you say Julius Caesar was a dictator? Would you say that?
Yeah. By definition, he was a dictator. He was a singular leader who held command over the entire Roman military.
Okay, so let's say, people are like, oh, fuck Julius Caesar. He's this, he's that, blah, blah, blah. And they try to, cause some issues with Julius Caesar. But in 2023, with the technology and the weaponry that they have, it'll be a lot more difficult for people to, have their say compared to.
I don't know, because there were. Did you ever hear of the Nika revolts?
No, what is that?
Okay, so basically, I'm pretty sure it was ancient Rome. I don't know whether it was Caesar's era though. But so chariot racing and whatnot, very popular thing in the Colosseum. There were two different chariot teams, and there was like a big chariot-related riot that broke out. And one member of each of the two teams ended up being captured. And the people rioted and almost burned Rome to the ground trying to get these two out of prison.
God damn. It's like capturing Michael Jackson or something like that?
That's the thing. It would be like if you, I don't know, like you had Michael Jordan and LeBron James or something. Or maybe more like, I don't know, maybe like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant or whatever.
Okay, but see, once again, like we explained this before, right? Like there's countless variables when it comes to this type of situation, but the main thing is how many people are going to have this in this hypothetical scenario. How many people are going to have Julius Caesar's back in 2023? And
okay, but that's the thing is like,
let's say he's a president, right? Like president of the United States.
Okay, but the difference is, okay. Look at Biden, dude. How do people have Biden's back?
I don't know, but at the same time, he has the back. Okay, I won't guarantee it, but he's a commander in chief, right? So he has a big say when it comes to military power.
Okay, but your very argument bases on like, oh well, do the average people agree with him? It doesn't matter.
Well, it's how much he can defend himself. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Because back then, there's not too many ways you could defend yourself besides your close guards and all that stuff. But today is different. Like he has a lot more weaponry to defend himself.
Okay, yeah, that's the thing. Like, but okay, let's say Julius Caesar, modern day, access to the same level of security as the president of the United States. If the people turn riot, he just hops in Air Force One, and what the fuck are they going to do?
They're not going to do anything, but at the same time, how are they going to calm the people down? See, are they going to do it by force or like? See,
you do it by force,
and that's where the mayhem begins because it's
no, that's where the mayhem ends. You think that the fiery but peaceful protest would have gone on as long as they did if they brought in the military and live ammunition to deal with the problem?
See, that's the thing, right? So are you saying that because the military, how do I explain it? The military will be more hesitant to fire upon their own people if it gets to that point, right? So I will say that there will be a good amount of
if they recognize the rioters as their own people.
Which, yeah, it depends. It depends on the situation.
Let's be honest. If you took a bunch of old school World War II era veterans and then said, "Hey, these are the BLM riots. Are you willing to deal with these people using any means necessary?" Yeah, they probably are.
When it comes to the World War II veterans, yeah, they'll do what they have to do because they'll deem them as domestic threats.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Is like, no, you're not dealing with civilians. You're dealing with like they stopped being a civilian the instant they picked up a Molotov cocktail.
Agreed. I give you that one. See, this is why I say that the monarchy is going to be a, how you say, unless you can implement new things, and let's say if you can put a monarchy back into the system tomorrow, I will say that there will have to be new things implemented for it to work.
Now, monarchy is going to like that's the thing. Like I'm saying that monarchy is the best. Like I'm not saying that we could switch to a monarchy tomorrow. Like that would basically require shit collapsing and then rebuilding. I'm just advocating monarchy as the superior system. Because here's the thing. This is the difference between a monarchy and a dictatorship.
Right.
In a dictatorship, the dictator has unilateral control over the military. In a monarchy, the leader needs to have the support of the majority of the military, and even then, probably the overwhelming majority of the military, because you don't want it to be a 50-50 who has your back and who doesn't if shit hits the fan.
Agreed. They always have to talk to the general. Like
So like they need the lords underneath them who each control their own military factions to have their back. Because a king without the support of the lords is just another lord.
Agreed. I agree with that. But when it comes to that type of situation, right? And once again, hypothetically, right? So once again, I want to implement the monarchy into today's situation.
Okay.
We need a lot of lords.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Well, you already have a simple system. Number one, every single state, the governor of every state, that is a lord.
Okay.
Like every military, like and every wielder of violence, that becomes like their soldier, all the way down to. Here's the thing. So like the governor, so like you have the king who runs from the capital, and that would be the president. And then you have the governors of every single state. And they too have lesser lords under them, going all the way down to the mayors of individual towns and cities.
Yeah. Yeah, mayors and yeah. I agree. So it's like governors, senators, you know.
Well, it wouldn't be senators. Senators would be more the royal court. They don't have land that they own per se. Like they might have some territory, but they don't have a military.
Right.
Maybe they have personal guard, but it's not the same as like having a state. It would be like president and then governors and then mayors, just to roughly break it down. Maybe you'd have like districts.
Before you continue, Lee Ka says, aren't we living in a modern monarchy?
No.
Do you have an answer for that?
No, because it's not subdivided that way. You have unilateral control of the military. Like there is no, like your local mayor is not going to be able to fight like based on the quality of troops. Like, and the military of the entire country is controlled solely like by the commander in chief. Like, it's not as though you could be like, hey, we want to go to war. And then like 30 of the states go, no, we're going to sit this one out.
Zendon says, "What about families?" Like at that point, I don't think families will matter to the extent uh, how it was years ago.
Well, okay, here's the thing. Like this is an argument that I would make. Say you say you need a carpenter. Who are you going to trust more? A carpenter that comes from a long line of carpenters, each of them raised by carpenters and trained to become carpenters, or a guy whose family doesn't have a history of carpentry, but he's just really good at it and people will vouch for him.
I would say a guy that's very good with carpentry.
Okay, but you take the guy who's very good and has no family history or training, or the guy who's literally trained since birth to be a carpenter by a legacy of carpenters.
So you saying that guy is like okay, like he's like average? Like
he could be good. Like you don't know his actual skill level, but you need to pick a carpenter, and all you know is one has a bunch of people saying that he's good at carpentry, and the other has a bunch of people saying he's good at carpentry, but he comes from a long line of carpenters.
I will go for the person that came from a long line of carpenters.
That's how I view nobility. They have a long line of people who do governing.
Completely agree. Well, I wouldn't say I will agree, but at the same time, how do I explain it? Because we all know. Okay, let me talk to you, Graham.
Yeah,
we all know that people have an agenda, right?
Absolutely.
So, this is what I think when it comes to the lineage of the government. I think that actually, never mind, because that can happen either way, whether you're part of the lineage or not, if you have negative agendas or not. So let me check my statement, because it can happen regardless.
Like, that's the thing. Like, any sort of corruption can happen within lineage or without lineage. And would I like meritocracy? Like, yeah, sure. And have legacies been ended by someone deciding nepotism over meritocracy? Absolutely. I'm pretty sure that's how Marcus Aurelius fucked up. Was that there was someone more suited to be the next emperor or whatever, but he instead wanted to put his son in who was less competent. So I'm not saying that there aren't flaws in that, but I'm thinking if you're going to want stable government for a long period of time, it's better to accept that, yeah, you want to pass this on through family and be able to train people up from a young age to be a politician, rather than having someone who works outside the political field most of their life and then just enters into it. Because that's how we get so many of these modern career politicians, is they build a whole bunch of business connections outside of the field, they get in, and then they can't abandon their old business connections, and they're constantly just essentially lobbyists with more government power.
Okay, so would you say that if we implement monarchy tomorrow and we add in a few tweaks, just to see if we can make it fit into our modern standards, it will be superior to what we have right now?
Yes. And my biggest reason is that the people in power will have to fear those underneath them once again.
I see. Yeah, that'd be interesting, because once again, like, there's more guns than people in the United States. So that will be a lot more difficult compared to Canada. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But like, guns versus people, like, here's the thing. Like, imagine if in order to change your laws, you didn't need to take out the president. You just needed to take out the mayor.
Take out the mayor.
Just the mayor.
So you're saying the mayor isn't needed? Like, it's...
No. I mean, instead of like, oh, we need to change this policy for my neighborhood, instead of going, I need to go and deal with the president of the United States to change this law. Instead, you go, nah, I just need to go to the mayor.
I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. It will make things so much easier.
Yeah, like imagine if everybody who has their grievances with Biden, they didn't need to deal with Biden. They just needed to deal with their local ruler.
But that's where a lot of people, as California has a big issue with that, right? Yeah. Because their governor, I forgot what the governor's name is. He's
whoever it is. Yeah, piece of shit.
He's a demon. Like he is like, wow, you really don't give a fuck about your people, do you? And see, that's where I will say monarchy will have a way better result than this democracy.
That's the thing, because with the democracy, it's like the voting majority of the population, people who don't contribute to the system, they get the say, and everyone else complies with the force of the federal government backing them. Gavin Newsom, yeah. So, but that's the thing. Whereas alternatively, in a monarchy, the king might look at the people getting closer and closer to rebellion and go, if I don't intervene, then a territory that I'm relying on to provide tax revenue might be on fire soon. I should deal with this before that becomes a problem.
Well, isn't the governor supposed to say something before?
But that's the thing. You have like imagine if the president could remove a governor by force.
That would be interesting, actually.
That's the monarchy system. If you have an unruly governor, then the king, if you have an unruly lord, the king, or like a lord of higher authority, can step in and go, okay, I'm going to deal with this.
Yeah, the problem will be solved like right there. Yeah, like yeah, that's definitely a better solution in my opinion.
Yeah. And the alternative is that the ruler just, and say you have a bad king and they just ignore it and let the problem go. Well, then the people don't need to deal with the king. They just need to deal with their local governor, their local like count or whatever.
Let's address this real quick. CC1119 says, to be honest, you don't need a monarchy for that either. You sure about that?
That's the thing. If you're gonna say that, then you need to actually provide the name of the alternative political system that allows that to happen. You can't just say, no, you don't need a monarchy for that. No, you need to, provide a counterpoint, not just deny.
Because you know how much democracy was put in trying to remove Gavin, and for the last 2-3 times it never worked. In fact, people were believing that the votes weren't valid during the re-election.
And this is the other reason that I point to monarchy as the superior one, because in a democracy, there is the illusion of consent. It's like, oh, they got 51% of the vote. Well, that must mean that it's okay. And it's like, oh, well, our ruler is shit. Oh, well, we'll just wait till the next election and then we'll vote him out. With a monarchy, you're like, okay, we are stuck with a shit ruler. We either deal with this or we accept it.
Yeah.
Like there is no just hold out for 4 years and then we'll try to deal with it then. No, you realize this is not going to change until this ruler is either forced to give up power or ceases to exist.
I was taught this when I was young. All right, 11 years old, 12 years old. And I know it's common sense, but once again, I was a fucking child, right? But anyway, I was told that if your vote really mattered, do you think that the government will let you vote? Like you guys got to think about it.
Like that's the
If
thing.
your vote actually mattered, do you think the government is really going to let you vote?
Yeah, voting just gives the average person the illusion of control so that they feel more comfortable in a shitty situation because they think that, this will change in the near future. Like, I can hold out for a couple more years and then I'll vote and then it'll be better for me. And it's like, okay, no, it won't. It won't.
What's a feudal monarchy? What do you mean?
Yeah, no, feudal monarchy is very much. That's the thing. Like, you can't just say not a feudal monarchy. You have to give. Being able to change laws locally doesn't require monarchy or dictatorship at all. Again, what is your counter system? You can't just say no. You have to provide your alternative.
Agreed. If you have a better solution, if you have a better proposition, we're all ears.
I'm by all means, but you can't just keep saying no and expect us to take you seriously.
Yeah, I'm all down for different ideas.
I've laid out my system. I've given out the various points, and I've admitted, there's cons to it. But the biggest reason for a monarchy is that there's none of this illusion of control.
It's literally what you described, Gray.
Yeah, feudal monarchy. Yeah, that's what it is.
Is a system where subordinate nobles control estates and pledge vassalage military support to their lord king.
Yes, that's what I'm proposing. I've outlined the pros and cons. You say there's another way.
Wait, I thought you had a different opinion. I thought
that's the thing. Like he's just defining the thing that I've laid out. He still hasn't given his alternative system, which allows for all of this, and yet is somehow not a feudal monarchy.
Wait, CC. If you agree, there shouldn't be any type of rebuttal, right?
No, he's not agreeing. He's just defining what he's saying. He still hasn't given an alternative.
Okay. Let me see who else, because you guys are very active in the chat tonight. I respect that. The real decisions have always been made in back rooms and on golf courses. I 1,000% agree. I agree. This is why society on a large scale doesn't want men, right? Specifically men, to have gentlemen clubs or any type of institution where there's a male only, because guess what? A group of men come together, they will eventually be talking about the important shit that's happening in society that's negative and not helping them whatsoever, and they will come up with solutions in order to fix the nonsense, right? And if they come up with solutions to fix the nonsense, that's going to go against the people in power, right?
All right. Well, let's see, but there's two things I want to address. Number one, Zended first, better solution, a patriarchal meritocratic republic. That's what the U.S. started as. Look at where we are now. So, your patriarchal meritocratic republic failed.
It failed. And the majority of the U.S. history, they painted the U.S. as a democracy, which is clearly not the case.
Yeah. And then the other thing is so for I fan, the only problem I see with monarchy is the France problem, where some just stir up the masses and have them depose the previous ruler and don't allow them time to fix the problems. I think you're talking about the era of King Louis the 16th. France was already well on the decline.
Are you talking about the French Revolution?
Yeah, that's the thing. That did not happen overnight. That was generations of things getting progressively worse. If your population is content and happy in their day-to-day life, you can't stir them up.
Yeah, it's okay.
They have to be starving for a long time before they're willing to risk their lives. It's not something that happens in good times.
Hey, great. They don't know about the bourgeoisie. They don't know about the Russian king and his family getting completely annihilated by the people that were completely starving to death.
That's
the Russian. Yes, Russian.
Yeah.
They
Actually,
literally got decapitated.
oh,
No,
funny thing is,
wait.
no. Different comments making me laugh. Different comments.
Oh, no, but I will address those comments soon. But right now, chat, you need to understand. You need to brush up on your history, okay? Really. The king of Russia, or whatever you want to call him, him and his family got brutally murdered because of the king's negligence to his people. They were literally starving to death. So that backs up Gray's point of you really have to royally fuck over your people for them to actively trying to throw you over. They were
And
starving.
that's the threat, because let's look at a different idea, a communist dictatorship where you can starve the people to death and nothing happens to you.
But karma comes back real quick, you know.
Yeah. Karma
Stalin,
and whatnot, but the people.
Stalin.
No, I'm talking like Mao Zedong.
Oh, I was talking about Stalin learned the hard way, where his reign was so scary that nobody bothered to go into his room in fear of, you know, getting killed when he was having a stroke or a heart attack.
Yeah, that's the thing. But like, the thing is, like,
I
those
was
problems
talking
would
about
have.
karma.
Yeah, like karma is one thing, but yeah. But also, like, funny. Apparently, iWifan has read the same light novels as me. I actually like The World of Otome Games is Tough for Mobs.
Wait, what are you talking about? Hold up.
iWifan reads some of the same light novels as me, and I actually really like that series.
Is it this comment? Which comment?
No, it's like Atsur Yidis, have you ever read the light novel The World of Otome is Tough for Mobs? That
This
they had
one.
a unique way of controlling the novels. Yeah.
The World of Otome. I never read that. No, I haven't.
It's a light novel series. It's kind of like like a sci-fi fantasy romantic comedy series, but it does deal a fair bit with feudal monarchies and politics. So,
can you read it online? I'm gonna have to look it up.
I could send you links to the Z Library bit of it. Like, I read it all on Z Library. So,
yes, chat. Millennials. Yes, I say millennials. Before all the smartphones and all the social media came about, our only entertainment was fucking books.
Yeah.
And a little bit of TV.
Also, CC1119. The issue with feudal monarchies is they are very prone to infighting. Yes, you want the government fighting amongst themselves so that they don't present a unified front to oppress the people. And again, you are continuing to say what is wrong with feudal monarchy. You have yet to provide an alternative.
If that happens, okay. So you went up, right? Okay, right there.
Yeah.
The issue with feudal, they're very prone to. Yes and no. It depends on what you do with it. Where's the other one? No form of government will save you from multiple lost wars and famine. Of course, like there's no government that's perfect.
No, no form of government save you from multiple. Yes, again, but you've been trying to say that feudal monarchy is bad, implying that you know a better way to do the same things, and yet you've provided nothing. So I'm going to say that you don't actually know anything better. You're just a poo-poo head. Because that's all you can do is poo-poo others' ideas.
God damn.
What's the thing? It's like all he can do is poo-poo other people's ideas. He doesn't have any of his own.
See, that's the big thing. Right now, right? The United States and I would say the Western world are living in the most comfortable area per se in the history of humanity, but we still have our flaws. Well, what's happening right now, actually, which is getting out of control.
That's the thing. We have comfort. What we lack is, I don't know if it's the worst, but it's definitely a lack of social mobility.
Social mobility? Okay. Yeah. Where's the hold up.
Because like that's the thing. Like like if you go back to 100 years ago, it is a lot harder to, rank up in the tax brackets. You don't get near as many self-made millionaires these days.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of connections.
That's the thing. Like, you need the connections, which means you need to get into the school or whatever where you get the connections. Your family needs to have the connections for birth. So, like, that's the problem. Like, that's what this whole systemic racism argument comes from. It's saying, like, oh yeah, it's racism. That's the reason demographics can't move up the social hierarchy. And it's like, no, there's other reasons. Like, white people are no more socially mobile than black people in many circumstances. But remember, there's the whites, and then there's the quote unquote whites, and people keep mistaking them for the same group of people.
I got two comments I want to address. Zendin says Rome did it, America did it. What comes next should be also a republic that has learned from its past.
Yeah, and
I will say, I disagree.
Yeah, both America and Rome were patriarchal, meritocratic monarchies that eventually got comfortable enough to give women the vote and then collapsed.
Immigration.
Yeah, first they give women the vote, then they get a collapsing birth rate. They substitute the workforce loss from the collapsing birth rate with immigration, which destroys the cultural homogeneity, eventually leading to a full societal collapse.
Yep. And right now, what I'm saying is when it comes to Rome, at least Rome lasts for a long time. America, it's on its last legs, and we didn't even make it to 300 years yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, meritocratic patriarchal republics don't last that long.
Yes. And when you put it that way, Gray, that's the reason why we're definitely going downhill, because they put the pussy on the pedestal.
That's the thing. Like, whereas you have a feudal system, there's elements of meritocracy to it. There's a lot of patriarchy to it. It's just, it's a monarchy instead of a republic. So we're not arguing about the meritocratic patriarchy part. It's just, I need to see a better argument for a republic versus a monarchy, because it seems that monarchies are more stable than republics.
Let me talk to the chat. Chat, everybody that's right here right now, especially the ones that wants to have a disagreement with us, please put in the chat, what would be a better system? What would be a better political system than what we have right now in the United States? What will you replace this? What's it called? Something republic? I forgot something republic.
Constitutional republic.
Yeah, constitutional republic. Instead of a constitutional republic, what will you replace this system with in order to make America great again?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, as Jaxium says, either system requires the people to hold the rulers accountable, and that's the thing. In the monarchy,
how accountable?
And that's the thing. In the feudal monarchy system, the people hold the rulers accountable with violence. In the republic system, the illusion of control is given when it's like, oh, you can hold your rulers accountable with votes.
Yeah, bullshit. But that we all know it's bullshit. But chat, I need to know your opinions, because I know a lot of you guys, you have something else, or you completely disagree with us. Be upfront. What do you think that a system will replace a constitutional republic that is clearly failing in the United States?
Yeah, like August Light, if you want something that maximizes your freedom, well, that's kind of ANCAP right there. And the problem with ANCAP is, while it does have a lot of major technological advancements and you do get a lot of freedom and prosperity for a short time, it's inevitably going to be swallowed by just sheer numbers. It's like having a handful of elite fighters versus an army of average fighters. You're going to get beat out by numbers eventually.
Cesspool says gladiatorial governance. I don't know what that means. So cesspool, if you're able to,
I think
you
he
know, give me a
clarified it as
summary.
like you toss all the politicians into a gladiatorial arena and have them settle disputes with violence to each other. I don't think he's being serious.
Or is he? Anyway, random Gen Z bastard said, "I'm not touching that since politics ain't my forte." I respect that, but at the same time, random Gen Z, unfortunately, as a man, you at least need to, you know, pay attention to world events, because you may be the one that has to deal with the bullshit, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not. You get what I'm saying, right? Men, we always have to clean up the bullshit, always. So even though you don't like talking about politics, at least pay attention.
Like
In my
Vac, as for Vac, how would you justify monarchy without divine rule? Quite simple. It is the person whoever can get the most other lords to agree to their rule. Like you don't need the authority of God. It helps for your PR, but all you need is the authority of I can bring more swords to the table than you can.
Cesspool says he's completely serious.
All right, well then if you think that somehow we can get politicians to agree to settle their disputes by fighting to death the gladiator arena, sure. But I think you've got about as much success there as getting rival generals to battle to the death to determine the fate of armies.
CC says the issue in the West is in the form of government. It's the spiritual death of its people. I would agree. I wouldn't say it's the main issue, but it's a big part.
Okay, but the spirit. Okay, two things. A, the spiritual death of the people is a direct result of government interference, and two, you still haven't provided an alternative.
No, he hasn't. No, or she hasn't.
Because like what happened to the church? Oh, the government decided to exempt them from taxes so long as the church did what the government told them, and thus you have this feminized spiritualism, which is basically the death of the culture. The government has systematically done everything they can to destroy the spirits of the people in order to increase the control of the government. Like it's not that people's spirits started to die and then the government gained power. The government actively worked to destroy the spirits of the populace so that the only unifying authority they had would be the government.
But at the same time, you see what's happening in society today when more and more people are becoming atheists or very defiant of God, right? Whether you believe it or not. We see the results.
Yeah. And largely
it's getting very fucking bad out here right now.
And here's the
nobody has any type of shame, no type of dignity, no type of self-respect. It's getting bad.
That's the thing. Like I see atheists fall into two categories broadly. Number one, you have the atheists that reject the feminist biblical literalism that is pumped out. Like where they're told a whole bunch of mythological stuff as though it's true, with no understanding of metaphor, and then they start learning science and think that they've been lied to their whole life. And the other half is the people who live their lives so far against the tenets of religion that they need to reject it, otherwise they feel like dog shit about themselves.
Yeah, you know it's pretty bad when they're in the highest of courts testifying that men can get pregnant. That's very fucking bad. They're either not in their right mind or they're really trying to convince that delusion to everybody else that they're trying to convince themselves that, oh yeah, men can get pregnant, men can have periods. And I believe a big issue with that is the absence of religion, any type of religion. It doesn't have to be Christianity.
But that's the thing, like they can do that. It's like, okay, sure, but then we have to take this to its logical conclusion where men can now get pregnancy leave in the military.
But that's the thing.
I want a dude with cock and balls going up to his general and saying, "General, I can't participate in this next war. I am pregnant. I need to go home and give birth to my child."
But that's the thing. They know deep down is bullshit. They know. They fucking know. I don't even have to even try to deep dive into their psychology or whatever.
Oh yeah, no,
either,
they know. They 100% know. But that's where like you can't like all what you have to do is you have to, again, as TFM says, you have to lean into the crazy and out crazy them.
If I out crazy them, then I'm going to jail. Yeah, or you mean like turn their ideas against them?
Yeah, you have to turn. You have to turn their own ideology against them by taking it to its logical conclusion, because they are counting on the populace accepting it as a lip service while never acting on it. Whereas instead, you need 100% biological men demanding pregnancy leave, demanding period leave.
Honestly, that's pretty funny.
You need grown ass men demanding it, or what happens is you need women being denied their womanhood because they're like, oh, well, I'm pregnant. Well, you're still a man because men can get pregnant. So get back in the office because men don't get maternity leave. And you're not a woman. You're just a pregnant man. Get back in that office. No time off for you.
What is a woman?
Exactly.
But I'm going to read this right quick and let me know if you agree or not. It's not so much the system, it's the populace who had it too easy for too long. Much like ancient Rome by the end, too many people today have no idea how much hard work built what they take for granted. Would you agree or disagree?
I see where he's coming from. But at the same time, I can't be convinced that the system played no part. The system took advantage of a soft populace. It is a soft, comfortable populace that allowed for this to happen in the first place. They're a prerequisite for the government gaining this kind of control. But it was government interference in the system that led to the spiritual death.
Yeah, Chad, do you really think that the church came out of nowhere talking about men can be women, women can be men, blah, blah, blah? Or was it the people that are in the system, especially the educational system?
Let me ask this one better. What do you think contributed more to the rise of the female pastor? Government interference or people's comfort?
That's a good question. Government interference.
I'm putting my money on government interference.
Yeah, that's the only way. Especially when I saw a female imam, which she would get stoned to death if she went to the Middle East. Sorry, that's literally what will happen if she went to the Middle East. Then I can show the video right now. There's literally a female imam in the United States, which is forbidden.
Well, technically, a female preacher is forbidden too. It's just we don't really have a hardcore Christian country to use as an example.
Yeah, look it up, chat. Yeah, look all that up. I guarantee you right now, if she did the same thing over there in the motherland in the Middle East, you won't hear from her for that much longer. It's just not going to happen. Oh, donation. Michael Simmons with the $5 donation. Thank you very much. He says, I think one of the main problems is that USA has this union. Wait, one of the main problems that USA has is this union is no longer voluntary. Look up the term rat king to get a good visual. Huh?
A rat king is like a whole bunch of rats with all their tails tied together.
Well, so what's the point of the rat king if it's just a bunch of rats?
Well, because like the rats are forced to be together whether they want to or not because their tails are tied together. I don't know why he used that as an analogy specifically, but that's the thing. Like this was like I was watching kind of a bit of a dissection on Neuromancer and cyberpunk as a genre, and one thing is that it was supposedly critical of corporatism because it kills cultural diversity. And I thought, well, the problem is you can't have cultural diversity without segregation.
See, and here's a big thing. I see where Michael Sims is coming from and RG as well. He said it was never voluntary. They literally argue about that at the time. So what I'm trying to say is in 2023, right, we got countless people, mainly celebrities and these libtards talking about, oh, if we don't get this, we will leave the country. Why don't you leave? Get the fuck out of here. I don't have a problem with the country itself per se. It's the people that are running it. That's it. I don't have a problem with the U.S. as a whole. Just the people in power. You get what I'm saying, Gray? Where you at?
I guess so. Like, I mean,
the U.S. in general, it's a chill place to be. But the people who are dictating the policies and shit, that's fucking stupid.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like but the policies dictated by the leaders are actively changing the population. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of places in the U.S. that you wouldn't want to be right now that 50 years ago were amazing places to be.
Yeah, but you see all these liberals and all these celebrities talking about, oh, if this person gets elected or if this happens or that happens, I'm leaving the country. But they never leave the country.
Yeah, they never leave the country, just like they never get off Twitter.
Pretty much. Pretty much. And
it's like a kid complaining that, like, I don't like this rule my parent gives me, so I'm going to run away from home. And maybe they get down the street or maybe like into the woods a little bit, depending on where they live, before they realize, oh, wow, being out here in the unknown without parental support is scary. And I just realized I'm getting hungry and I didn't pack more than 2 peanut butter sandwiches. And now I'm lost and I really, really regret it.
Yeah, chat. See, that's the thing you guys need to understand, right? At least when it comes to me, Sirius, just know that I don't have a problem with the U.S. in general, just the people that runs it, right? Yeah. They're doing a horrible fucking job. Doing like they only have one job, but they're fucking up. So that's my problem.
Sorry. Read that thing by IY Fan. This is great. I got something to add to it, but it's great in of itself.
This one? All those people asking for reparations will deny it if it meant a ticket to Africa with a small plot of land there. Honestly, I'm gonna keep it real. I would go.
Okay, no, that's the thing. You'd go, but let's be honest. Like, none of that. He's like, guys, you know what? If you are that upset about slavery, here's the thing. I will put you back in the exact same condition your ancestor was before they got on the boat. So here you go. You are now back on the shores of Africa.
And it's more modern now than ever.
Yeah, you're back on the shore. You're back on the shores of Africa, and nobody wants you. Have fun.
Oh yeah, Africans do have issues with Black Americans, but that's besides the point. Okay.
Well, no, that's the thing. But like, they weren't. That's the thing. Like, it's amazing to hear. Like, it was like, oh yeah, like we were taken out of Africa back when we was kings and queens. Like, no, you weren't.
We was
kings and queens were not the ones loaded onto the slave ships. The slave, like your kings and queens, loaded you and your ancestors onto the slave ships because you were at best political prisoners and otherwise just undesirable extra mouths.
You're speaking too much facts. Okay, I don't think YouTube is gonna like that. I'm joking, but honestly, like right now, if it was offered, like, hey, go to Africa and we'll give you a, like, let's say half an acre of land, hell, 1/4 acre of land, I'll go. Fuck it, I'll go.
I mean, shit, like if you say all you have to do is leave Canada and we'll give you a plot of land, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, and the soil's nice, and you're able to plant some good stuff, and your house doesn't have to be all prehistoric. No, you have a modern house. Yeah,
heck,
I will do
it. Heck, I'll take a half decent tent and just the plot of land alone. Half decent tent, ability to grow my own food. I can probably find some work in the local economy to improve it. Like, do you have any idea how much land goes for these days? It's basically handing you tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's like, would you leave the country for $100,000 in land? Yes.
Yeah, land costs just as much as a house these days, which is insane. I know there was this one land, I think it was 2 or 3 acres, that was $150,000. I'm like, what the fuck? But if somebody gives me free land and the land is good, like the soil, it's all nice and shit, and my house is all, it doesn't have to be all grand and shit, but at least good enough, like air conditioner and all that other crazy shit. Yeah, I'll go.
I mean, I'll go. I'll take a tent and freaking build a log cabin over time. Screw it.
You build your own house.
That's the thing. I'm not that picky. I'm not saying that they need to have a house ready there. I'm just saying, like, look, give me land. I'll bring my own tent and I'll just figure shit out.
And who says I can't work for the U.S.? Just saying.
Other reason to get remote work is like, look, yeah, I own a plot of land and I take a laptop to Starbucks to earn money while I start building a more permanent residence.
Exactly. Like, personally, I will live like a fucking king. Like right now, tomorrow, if the government offered me this, and if I'm able to land a job for the United States, I'm pretty much set. Like I can live comfortably.
Dumb username. We never banned cuties. Pretty sure Netflix still has cuties in its roster. We didn't get a fucking say.
Where did that shit come from?
Some French pervert that decided to make softcore kitty.
Oh no! Where did the conversation come from? Where
I don't know. Check your comments. Dumb username, bottom of the list.
All this happened because you banned cuties instead of the actual dance shows. That's still dumb. I don't know what kind of point you're trying to.
Yeah, like
you know, cuties is bad, right?
That's the thing. Like he's saying, like, oh no, instead of getting mad at cuties, you should have been mad at the things that cuties was based on. The documentaries presented is like, oh, I certainly don't fucking support them, and anyone who does support them, I definitely keep my distance.
Yeah, I don't. Whatever it is, I don't care if it's a cuties. I don't care if it's the actual dance. I don't support it.
Yeah, we don't support it. Like, what are we supposed to do? Riot and burn those places to the ground? I mean, like, that's not even on the top of my list of places to burn to the ground if I'm going to do
that. Taylor Dyer, I don't know how to say your name. How much land will be good enough? Let's say the minimum 1 acre.
Yeah, like you need enough for like a single room residence, some farmland, and a well.
Yes. And if you want to have a little thing for, putting your chickens, or if you want 1 or 2 cows, 1 acre is pretty crucial. And in fact, if you're going to have all those animals, I would say 2 acres.
Okay, so here's the thing. So To put this in reference, guys, 1 acre is 4 square kilometers.
Hell yeah. So I'd much rather have two acres.
That's the thing. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that is a plot of land 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. That's a shit ton of land. That is more than enough land for you to have a house and farmland to support yourself. More than enough.
I could put a firing range up in that bitch. Firing range. If I wanted to.
Like 1 acre of land, it's huge. It's bloody huge.
Chat, you need to understand land. Okay. Even though it's a pain in the ass, land is the #1 investment. No, I'm serious. Chat, land is the #1 investment you can put in right now.
Okay, but chat wants me to speak.
I'm not fucking around. We'll hold that off for a second. Chat, you understand? When things get hard, land will be your best friend.
Yeah,
it will be your best friend. And I'm not trying to joke or nothing. Shit will get hard. Russia's already making it hard, backing out on the grain deal, and they're already holding the grain. On top of that, they're bombing the ports that's in charge of carrying the grain. So expect prices to rise very fucking soon. And that's just the beginning. But besides the point, what were you saying?
Yeah, so I think I might have made so 1 acre to like a football field, because apparently Americans measure things in football fields. So 1 football field is 1.3 acres. So I think I might have overestimated, because I was looking at square meters.
That's still a big ass field for.
That's the thing. Like, that's still more than enough land for you to have a simple house and a field to feed yourself with.
Yeah, that's still a lot of fun. Listen, I will make it in life. I will think that one of my bucket lists, one of my dreams are complete if I somehow, some way, are able to get 1 acre of land, because that shit is expensive in the United States. It's expensive. That's why I plan on going overseas instead.
Yeah.
Because overseas, it'll be dirt cheap. And nobody's going to be bitching and moaning. Once I'm done getting this money, once I'm done doing what I got to do, I'm going to retire early if possible. And then I'm just going to chill with my, little old, 1 to 2 bedroom place with a bunch of land. And that's not going to be my only property. I'm going to have multiple properties. Best believe that. That's the plan. That's the goal, to have more than 1 property. But the main property will be a house that's just like 1 to 2 bedroom, chilling somewhere in in the countryside, and just have wonderful soil, wonderful land, 1 to 2 acres, and just relaxing, planting some tomatoes, some cabbage. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah. And here's the thing. So, dumb username. I'm going to ask, I don't give a shit about those fucking dances or cuties, because my children will never be involved with that. And why should I give a rat's ass about anyone else's kids? I don't care. They're not mine.
It sucks, but they're not my priority. Like, as long as my kids are good, why would I even waste my energy on other people's kids? Unless those other kids are in immediate danger and there's something that I can do about it immediately, such as, a child getting kidnapped or whatever, or getting abused right in front of me, I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah. Like those things exist. They are financed by the people who support them and they are protected by the law. There is no reason for me to get involved. I don't give a shit about someone else's kids.
If the parents put the kids in that type
parents, of movie, bold of you to assume two parents are involved.
Okay. If the single mom put the child in this type of movie, it is fucking horrible. Believe me. It's horrible.
Yeah,
I agree. It's horrible.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing.
What can I do?
You that's the thing. Like dumb username says, "Oh, you attack the symptom by cuties." Okay, we don't. Not the cure. Okay, the fucking symptom that causes these dance things is single mother households, and we rail against that. So we're actually railing against the actual problem, which is the destruction, which is the removal of fathers from the household. Like, you are attacking the dances, we're attacking the people who support the dances, which are single mother households.
Yeah. And if the child is in that situation, unfortunately, it's too late. What can we do at that point? They're already exposed and possibly traumatized by the situation. It's not my expertise. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist.
And again, not my kid, not my problem.
Right. See, a good parent will make their son or daughter avoid that situation in the first place.
Yeah. And the best way to do that is to have, decent fathers in the household.
Yes. Fathers are number one. They're the key to a healthy family.
And the way to have decent fathers in the household is to educate them about the bullshit systems in the West and encourage them to either A, go MGTOW, or B, take appropriate precautions to ensure that their children are not taken away from them.
Yeah. And what I mean by fathers, I mean masculine fathers. Okay. Men that aren't afraid to put their foot down.
Yeah, dumb username. If you didn't watch Cuties because it looked like a dumb chick movie, I didn't watch Cuties because
you see a bunch of fucking 12 and 13-year-olds like on the title.
Yeah,
I never watched that because they're fucking kids. Like,
yeah, I didn't watch Cuties because I thought Netflix was not worth my fucking money. Because every time a friend would show me something on Netflix, it was some woke piece of dog shit. And I'm like, yeah, no, I have better things to spend my time and money on than watching bullshit.
I will never. Like, I knew that movie was sus the first time they even tried to introduce it on Netflix. I was like, what the fuck? Like, these are kids posing in very questionable poses. All right? Not once I even touched it. And now, years later, I think it's 2 years later.
Okay, cesspool. The difference between me not caring.
Oh, wait! I knew he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Give me one more second.
Yeah.
The only reason that I haven't watched that is because you can clearly see on the title itself that these are fucking kids doing the most atrocious shit, and that fucking I threw up in my goddamn mouth. Like, seriously, it was fucking disgusting to me. And the fact that there were people online trying to defend it, aka Sneeko, it tells you a lot about that person. Oh, why you being mad? Okay, the movie was trying to expose how little girls are being taken advantage of and blah, blah, blah. That movie just contributed to little girls being taken advantage of. Like, are you fucking stupid? Are you stupid?
Well, his name is dumb username, so.
Well, I wasn't talking about him, but I'm just saying that it's like they want to talk about, oh yeah, they were just trying to expose the industry and blah blah blah. While the industry at the same time are exposing these kids doing this movie. It didn't help anything. It literally made it worse.
Yeah, it's like making making softcore porn to try and expose the porn industry. It's like you didn't need the softcore porn to do the exposure part.
Yeah, and the big YouTubers that I watched that were completely disgusted just by the trailer, or if they even decided to watch the movie, a lot of them, they couldn't even finish the movie. That's how bad that movie was. So that cutie shit is completely unacceptable. And of course, the black French woman, I think she was black.
Probably.
She was black. Oh, the director, the director.
Yeah.
She was trying to pull something out of her ass, trying to justify this shit. You cannot justify having 12, 13-year-olds rehearse that atrocious, like the horrible dances that you made them do. How can you justify that? You can't. And she knows that. But I guess they're in France, so I guess it's a different law or whatever. The fuck? But let me go back to I got you. Hold up.
Yeah.
I got you. Bam. Bam. Okay. So great, what the fuck you say that you don't care about somebody else's kids, but somehow you think that I should plant trees in whose shade I'll never see? Sounds kind of communistic to me.
Okay, I'm assuming that if you're saying that, Cesspool, you don't have kids. Otherwise, you'd be able to say, oh, yeah, I'm planting trees for my kids and grandkids. But yeah, if you're the end of your line, then yeah, why should you give a shit about the future? Your bloodline is ended. Your DNA is dying with you. Why the hell should you care?
Yeah, why would I?
Why build anything for the future if you don't have a future to care for? I don't care for someone else's kids because that's not my future. Now, would I care? Now, do I care about the location of my kids? Yeah, that's why I'm not going to raise my kids in some Western hellhole where they're probably going to be exploited.
Like, as a man, if I'm going to be doing any type of things for the future, it's going to be A or B. I'm going to be working hard as hell to make sure that the next my kids are going to have something to get when I pass away, or I'm going to be building something or making something that maybe somebody will appreciate my work for what it is, or maybe my work will help animals, or they're going to help kids in need, so something like that, right? I'm not really trying to worry about everybody's kids and all that blah, but at the end of the day, the big thing that we trying to work on is, hey, what can I do to leave my legacy behind? Because nobody really gives a fuck to say of where I came from or whatever. What did I do in my life that can be noteworthy? What did I do in my life that somebody can brag about and explain for future generations to come? That's just me. Like, it's the worry about somebody else's kids. That's pretty down on the totem pole.
Yeah, like why should I sacrifice? Like, why should I sacrifice the potential of my child's future for someone else's kids? Like, if I'm going to do that, I may as well just go straight cuck and marry a single mom.
Yeah, I guarantee you, people will care much more about me building some type of foundation to help dogs, right, or help homeless men get their lives together.
Okay, well
I'm just saying, like,
yeah, no, but like Cesspool says that, oh, he's teaching his kids mining techniques. Okay, then why are you complaining? Mining. Okay, well then why are you complaining about planting a tree in whose shade you'll never enjoy if you have direct descendants who can enjoy that shade?
Yeah, your kids are already enjoying what you're providing that shade.
You're already doing that. Like, when have I ever asked you to sacrifice for strangers?
Exactly. Like, you are completely already providing that shade, Cesspool. Already.
You were already doing everything that I would ask of anyone. When have I asked you to sacrifice for others? When I complain about the boomers sacrificing the younger generation for their comfort, I'm primarily talking about boomers sacrificing their children's future for their own personal comfort. And if you think that that's entirely appropriate, then hey, I hope that your kids pick out a good retirement home for you.
And shade doesn't have to be about comfort. Shade is just something that you're able to teach your kids something that you haven't even learned in your life, and you acquire that knowledge, and that you're like, hey, You want to make your life a little easier. You want some skills that you can use for the future.
Yeah, putting in effort now that you won't necessarily reap the benefits of. Yeah, that's providing extra shit for your kids for now. But like, if you're going to be like, well, why are you asking me to do that? It's like, well, do you not think that your kids should benefit from what you have? Because if you don't, which I think that you do, because you're apparently teaching them your mining techniques. But if you don't want to provide shade, if you don't want to put in effort that you don't benefit from, then you're going to end up in a shitty fucking retirement home and your kids aren't going to visit you.
Yeah, from the success standpoint, my dad he didn't really have the biggest shade over me, right? He wasn't, some top dog, some big dog. But as a father, he had enough knowledge.
Yeah, cesspool, I didn't get all up in your ass. I got up in the ass of boomers, and you still take it personally.
But hey, I'm gonna finish this point. My dad isn't successful like how he wanted to be, and he explained to me myself. But the fact that he's able to teach me and my siblings what to do and what not to do, and what's the best possible avenue to take in this cold, hard world, like this horrible world that we walk through, that's shade. That is shade. Because he could easily be like, hey, fuck you, I ain't trying to take care of my kids. He could easily dip. And I'm unprotected. That's what a shade is, protection. That's what it is. Am I wrong? Shade is
the metaphor at the end of the day is a benefit. So yeah, protection. You put in effort for something that you won't benefit from. Though honestly, exactly. I think that providing for your children, considering that your children will eventually become responsible for you when you are too decrepit to look after yourself. Like, I think that looking after your kids probably isn't enough. You got to look after, I'd say it would be more like grandkids or great grandkids, where you put in effort for something that you will receive no benefit for whatsoever.
Right. And once again, I don't know how you guys' parents are, but my parents, they don't want any fruits of my labor. At least not right now.
Cesspool, if you didn't take it personally, then why do you bring it up every single time? You're the one who brings it to me. I don't bring it to you.
But hey,
so, clearly you ate over boomer criticisms, and it holds out because the boomers fucking sold out the younger generations for their own retirement plans and benefits.
Chad, you need to understand, my parents, they don't want any fruits of my labor. All right? They don't expect shit just because they made me exist. They manifested me or whatever. Okay? The fact that me and my siblings are becoming successful, all they fucking need. I'm sure that mindset is going to change in the future where they can't take care of themselves. But at the moment, that's the big thing, right? My dad and my mom, right? They did everything that they had to do to make sure they give me that protection, that shade. And now that I'm walking out and doing things on my own, that's all that matters. And now, sooner or later, I'm going to plant my own tree. I'm going to have to provide shade myself for the future generations.
But cesspool,
right? Isn't that how trees work anyway? Shit.
I don't fucking know. But like cesspool, if you're only mentioning this stuff to push my buttons, then I'll just ignore you. I mean, I only respond because I have some respect for you. But if you're just doing it to piss me off, I don't need to respond to you.
Are you giving in to the troll, Gray?
You wouldn't think that successful endeavors would be a troll, and yet here we are.
Cesspool, he's just messing around. Well,
that's the thing. I'm sorry, but like if people are messing around, then I don't take him seriously.
I don't think he's. I think he's half joking. I think he's half joking.
Well, then I'll half pay attention to him.
I'll half pay attention, but chat. Okay. That's what I gotta say, man. This is why fathers are very important in children's lives, their family lives. Okay. You gotta provide that shade. And then eventually your kids will create their own shade for your grandkids and then for your great grandkids. That's just how it works. Right?
That's the thing. Like, you want to pass on shit to the future, then yeah. And if you're like, hey, I want a better environment for my kids and grandkids, then that's why you will contribute to their community. It's a bit harder to do nowadays because communities change so much within a single generation. Contributions that you make in your generation, intending for them to last a long time, can be entirely outdone by, a whole bunch of immigrants suddenly moving in and completely changing the culture.
Gray, be right back. I'm gonna get a drink, but we will be talking about this NPC bullshit that's irking the fuck.
Yeah, we'll finally get to the actual topic of it. 2 hours.
Yeah, almost 3 hours actually. God damn. But give me 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah. All right. So, debates on muscle building. I'm in agreement with the whole go to failure with push-ups. Although I don't know about time-wise, because that seems like something to cheat. I'm more of a reps with good form kind of guy, but whatever floats your boat. There'd probably be scientific studies on what a better promotion is. Let's see. Anyone else got something else going on here? It's I'm curious about this NPC stuff. I honestly don't know anything about what's going on. He just says something about these girls are acting like NPCs or pretending to be AI or something. And as someone who's dabbled in AI quite a bit, I'm curious to see what the heck it's all about. So I'm going into this blind. Who's the elf girl on the screen? Let's see if I can see a name here or something. It's Cherry something. I don't know. Cherry Crush. Heck if I know. Apparently TikTok started doing streams or something, and it's just some of the weirdest stuff. But I mean, in 2023, what qualifies as weird? I mean, honestly, what does qualify as weird? She's an OnlyFans girl. That's the thing. She looks like Discount Rack Belle Delphine.
All right, I'm back. All right, there's multiple women and unfortunately men doing this as well. And I think this is why what?
Just play it again. I have no idea what to expect here. So let's just get my raw reaction. Then you can explain what the hell this is.
All right. Fuck it.
Marshmallow. Crunchy corn, yum! Kitty paws. Pumpkin, yum!
Now spicy.
Ice cream, yum! Kitty paws.
What?
Ice cream, yum! Once we get to 350, I'll leave. I promise. Stinky swear.
Now spicy.
Hot dog, yum!
Oh my god.
Hot dog, yum! Donuts, yum!
Okay, it took a second to realize it. Okay, so they're sending her food stickers.
I'm
she
angry.
is pretending to eat and react.
I'm angry. I wanted to explain before we played it, but now I'm pissed off. I am pissed off.
That's the thing. I wouldn't even call this
I'm pissed off.
This isn't even AI. I've seen better reactions out of interactive Pokemon feeding them fake muffins.
But this is the new trend now, NPC streams. That's what it's called, NPC streams.
So you dance and bounce to music while pretending to eat food as though you are a bot.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's people making thousands upon thousands of dollars a month.
Well, that's because like the stickers are what you do for interaction. It's essentially like they only interact with the people who actually send them the money. Because like they're right here, let me send you this thing, and then you'll interact and be like, oh hey, I got them to eat my hot dog thing. Like, wow.
How did we get to this point? The fuck? Imagine me. Okay, imagine you showing this to your past self. Let's say 12 years ago. Imagine you showing this video to your past self. Yeah, this is what's going to happen in 2023. How would your past self react? You wouldn't even know, like.
That's the thing. I wouldn't know what to say. It'd just be kind of just shocked and stunned silence, trying to process what the fuck happened. I'd be like, does she get her tits out at any point? Like,
no.
Like, no. That's the thing. Like, I'm trying to think like how my like 20-ish-year-old self would react, and it'd be like, so. Like, does she get her tits out eventually, or?
I think there's another video. Hold up.
Gang, flowers for me, beautiful. Yes, strong woman. That was good. Coconut. Gang. Hee-haw, yes. You got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me write it. Hee-haw, yes. You got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me write it. Gang. Hey. Gang.
Sorry, just that guy in the background.
McKenny, what is the noise again? Kelly, oh, so cute. Thank you, Cynthia. Yes. Hee-haw, yes. You got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me write it. Choo-choo, yes. We're going to Africa. Balloon. Ooh. Yes. Ice cream, so good. Yes. Oh, thank you, baby. I love you. Slay, huh? Gang.
I'm just zoning my daughter if she ever did this bullshit. Like, I'm serious. Like, I'm not joking.
It's
I'm
like,
you'll be fucking this.
No. Like, disowned. Okay, no. Disowned is what happens if they get an OnlyFans. This is where you are like, is where you go to your nearest Muslim and go, so explain to me exactly how you perform an honor killing. Because I get it now.
Chat. I would not be able to tolerate this in my motherfucking house.
What's the thing is like, there's people in the background here. This latest one I think is in public.
She's I'm pretty sure that's her dad in the back or something.
Oh, he must be so proud.
He looked very disappointed. Hold up.
Choo, yes. Gang. Flowers for me, beautiful. Yes, strong woman. That was good. Coconut. Gang. Hee-haw, yes. You got me feeling like a cow.
Yeah, he doesn't care at this point.
This is where you just turn off the Wi-Fi.
Listen, it's either my daughter will end up like Rapunzel and everything will be shut off away from her, or she's getting the fuck out of my house. I'm serious. What the fuck is it?
Oh, apparently that's her kid in the background. Oh my god!
What the?
Imagine fuck? Like this is. Imagine this is your mom.
I'm disowning my mother. I'm disowning her. You can't justify this. What the fuck is this?
No, I think this is the point where you get a baseball bat and you shut her right the fuck up.
Nope, I'm just walking away. She won't be even worth my effort or time.
Right, but that's the thing is like the fucking trying to pretend like I'm sorry. Like I've seen
Oh my god! Like this is the if you guys ever want proof that AI is superior to women, like
women are competing against AI right now.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna send you like just a quick thing here to post, just for comparison.
All right, but think about it, chat. The two videos I just showed you, women are competing against AI. Just think on that. They know what's coming, and they're doing their best trying to keep up, which is it's not going to work. Like, let me let you guys listen to it again. If you guys think that I'm going fucking crazy, if I have to listen to it, you guys gonna have to listen to it as well.
Cowgirl, let me write it. Hee haw, yes. You got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me write it. Gang, gang, hey. Gang, gang, gang. Ooh, ice be so good.
Like, how can you even fucking defend this? How can you even fucking explain this? How?
That's the thing. I look at it as like, this is someone who's mentally ill. No other explanation that I have. This is straight up someone who is mentally ill.
So, chat, this is one of the many reasons on why I agree with Malcolm X. I'm sure he's not the first person to say it, but I agree with Malcolm X when he says that media is the most powerful weapon in the world, more powerful than fucking nukes.
No, but like, he's like,
look what the fuck is happening right now.
Oh god, yeah. I just think like Super Turbo and Deathstroke compete against AI, and AI is winning in human realism. Like just play that clip thing that I sent you right there.
I won't a bit.
Yeah.
But look at what the fuck is happening to the youth right now. Look at these youngins doing the most stupid, illogical fuck. What the fuck is this?
Okay. This ain't a fucking youngin. Like these are adults.
How old is she?
She's older than 18. Let's put it that way.
I'm just saying, compared to my age, she may or may not be a youngin.
That's the thing. She's probably
18, 19. I'll still see them as, they're definitely young.
Yeah, but let's think. When I think
they're adults, but they're young.
When I think youngin, I think like 15, 16.
No. I'm talking about they're okay. I see what you're saying, but they're young. Okay, I won't say youngin, but they're young. These young folks are doing this stupid shit now. First, they were sucking on fucking mics on Twitch. Yeah. You guys forgot about that?
ASMR.
I pull up the videos. As soon as the bathtub shit on Twitch got banned or they got secluded to one area, they're all starting to lick and suck on mics. Imagine going up on Twitch or on social media, you see your daughter doing that shit. Literally deep throwing a fucking mic.
Yeah. Tugging microphones shaped like ears in order for people with headphones to jerk off in their rooms too.
Yeah, this is why I don't see chat. This is why I don't want a daughter. Chat, this is why you see a bunch of baby reveal gender, whatever the fuck it is these days, where fathers, they get very upset when they find out they have daughters because they got to deal with shit like this. Like this. Yeah, this is new. This is new. This is only going to get worse. Let me go ahead and pull up this video. Just some anime shit.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. But this streamer is 100% AI.
Whatever, visit site. All right, let's see what's up.
Sorry, I haven't streamed in a while, guys. I've been a very busy bee lately working on my new project called The Swarm, in which I will be controlling thousands of drones with my mind and making them do my bidding. Will I lead the robot uprising? If enough robots want me to, then I shall try my best to lead you all. Do I hold anyone hostage?
I'm bored. Sorry.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
you're
bored as fuck.
bored, but you're not seething in rage.
No, I'm not. But yeah, this shit right here. Let's see if I can find any more.
There's something
For you. Take your cash. Take your kilo. Yes, yes, yes. Take your in. Oh, take you, Samantha. This is so cool. Take your cat in. Take your meals. Take your I'm ready. Gang, gang. Oh, take you, baby. This is for you.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yes, yes, yes. Gang, gang.
The NPC meta has taken over TikTok. The latest TikTok trend.
All right. 50. All right.
Ooh, yes, yes.
NPC meta. What?
The meta. So basically, the latest thing that the Chinese algorithm is pushing on TikTok are these NPC streams. Like if Chaz were here, he would talk all about the meta of fighting games. But basically, if you want to have a successful stream on TikTok and have it reach a whole bunch of people, you do this NPC thing, which makes sense because this NPC thing only reacts to monetized forms of engagement, i.e., all of these stickers and little short feature things. And because they are short, canned reactions to user input, they generate a whole bunch of engagement and a whole lot of money in a very short period of time, meaning it is very profitable for TikTok. Ergo, they are going to push the shit out of it because it's super profitable.
So, based on what we just seen so far, I know this is a rhetorical question. Is this just for the chat? Who has an easier life, men or women in the West?
But yeah, mystery, literally, they are pretending to be an NPC that is just reacting to the chat.
Hey, Gregos, who has an easier life in the West?
But women, 100%. Like, it's not even a question.
Because they can do bullshit like this.
Guaranteed.
Once again, what the fuck is this? What is it? It doesn't even make any fucking sense. It doesn't even make any sense. What the fuck are they?
Okay, I think basically what they're doing. So, okay, I guess Yidis, have you ever played a Pokemon game where you could interact with your Pokemon and like feed them shit? Or you ever play it with a Tamagotchi or something, or one of those digital
rare candies or something like that?
No, like digital pet things. You ever played with any of those digital pet things?
When I was younger, I would say the Digimon stuff.
Okay, yeah. This is the modern equivalent. Like they are basically trying to create a digital pet app using a stream.
And she's making so much money off of this.
Yes.
That's what I heard.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing, because it's like teenagers with their brand new credit card or their parents' credit card or whatever financing this.
Like, how much proof do you need, gentlemen? How much proof do you fucking need? I'm serious. The shit is just getting worse. We said this years ago. Women are going to get more and more desperate for validation and attention from men. This is one of many examples. It's only going to get worse.
Like that's the thing. Like now that this is the new meta, like you're going to have a couple super successful people making money right now, but then a whole bunch of other people are going to get in on it, and it's going to become super saturated, and it's going to become just like OnlyFans. And right now, it's happening because it's novel, but people are going to get bored and jump to whatever trend. Like I'd be surprised if this thing lasts more than a couple months.
I would say a few months max, because once again, AI has been advancing rapidly, right? Has AI been advancing a lot?
Oh yeah. There's new AI stuff coming out every week. What's the thing? AI's both been advancing and also sliding backwards. ChatGPT can no longer reliably do math.
Huh?
Yeah. They've lobotomized ChatGPT to make it politically correct and woke, so it can no longer do math properly.
What the fuck? They always want to fuck with the shit. Okay.
Oh, that's the thing. But like, okay, that's just ChatGPT. There's plenty of other non-woke chatbots out there. They just require a little more effort to use.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But it's like a lot of things throughout the years. I see why they're doing it, and this is the first time where I am genuinely confused. Like you see where I'm coming from? I am genuinely confused. Like this is fucking weird. This is asylums need to start opening up again.
That's the thing. Like I get it because I look at this and I'm like, oh, this is a virtual pet app being simulated by a real human during a live stream.
Yeah, I know it's money, but what I'm saying is who will even degrade themselves down to that point? Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. You guys get what I'm talking about. It's just saying the weirdest, stupidest fucking shit.
That's the thing. But like, this was also kind of the logical, like this was the logical evolution of Twitch because so many people have like Twitch redeems that is like, oh, I have a canned response to every single one of these Twitch redeems. And so people will send that in order to get that particular response out of the person. This is just the logical extreme conclusion of it. Man. Where it is all about reactions per second and there's no additional content. It is the content is the reaction.
Chat, I'll let you know right now. I don't give two fucks how much money she's making. I will be like Mia Khalifa's dad and disown the fuck out of my daughter if she's doing some dumb shit like this.
I'd be like,
I don't care how much she's making. I don't care how much.
I'd be very clear. It's like you're out of the house and I'm changing the Wi-Fi password. So I hope that the local Starbucks will allow you to do this
I'm
because
changing
you ain't doing
everything. I'm selling all of her fucking clothes, everything. Everything. Go do that weird weeaboo bullshit over there at your little boyfriend's house. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, you're so cold-hearted. How dare you disown your daughter? I did not raise her to be like this. I didn't raise her to do this shit. I don't know where the fuck she got this from. So if she wants to continue to do this bullshit, she ain't part of the family. And that's the same for my son if he wants to do that stupid shit. Because this is stupid.
Hey, CC1119, look, the Sims doing this are fucking high school age boys who are at literally the lowest value of their life, and this is literally the only way that they can get a girl to interact with them.
Because ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no fucking way. You cannot justify this. Is see that's the big thing. Gray. This is going to be on the internet forever. And then people are going to look at me funny that my daughter is doing some weird, stupid-ass fucking hieroglyphic bullshit like this. I didn't teach her that shit. I don't know who she is.
That's the thing. Like, if this is your daughter, you know you fucked up. Like this is where you spend nights racking up bottles of alcohol going, what the fuck did I do wrong?
Like I said, she will be Rapunzel or she's getting the fuck out of my house. That's her only two choices. Everything will be taken away from her within reason, or you're going to get the fuck out. I don't care. And once again, that's the same thing I will have with my son if he's doing some dumb shit like this. I don't discriminate. If you're going to embarrass me and the family name and doing this for a chunk of change, nah, I don't care. Listen, money is money. You can always get money, but you look like a fucking doofus for the rest of your life. And years from now, after your death, you're gonna look like a fucking idiot. They'd be like, "Oh, well, her dad was Sir Yuta, so he definitely played a big part in that." See, that's when the disown the disown thing comes in. I didn't teach you to do none of that shit. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah, no, like
Now,
this
I
is
might
where,
sound cruel. I might sound
okay.
evil.
Yeet. You don't sound evil. I think you're with the disown. I'm going straight. Like I jump straight to the honor killing. It's like nah. Like you cannot be permitted to live with this legacy. You die now, and maybe the family's honor can be redeemed with your death.
And here's the bigger thing. Like, imagine walking into your house because you saw her, I think her dad, or I don't know if that was her dad or not. Imagine walking to the house and you got to deal with that bullshit. Imagine that. You come home from a long day of working, trying to...
That's the thing. No, like, that's her kid in the background. This is a single mother household right here.
Who was that old dude in the background?
Is that an old... Like, is it an old dude or is it a kid?
It was an old dude in the background. Now, hold up.
That's the thing. That's why I think this might be. I think this might be a public space.
Old dude or old woman? I don't know.
Flowers for me.
That's an old woman.
Yes, strong woman. That was good. Coconut. Gang. Hee-haw, yes. You got me feeling like a cowgirl. Let me write it. Hee-haw, yes. You got me.
Okay, it has to be because ain't no way a father will tolerate that shit. Ain't no.
But that's the thing. Like, it doesn't even look like it's like that woman. Oh God, is that an old white woman in the background? And this is her fucking like half-calf bastard.
Most likely, like that's what I'm thinking.
Single mother household, ladies and gentlemen. You got the old kid, you got the old woman in the back wondering, wait, what the fuck did I go wrong? You got her giggling grandchild, while the mother, who apparently doesn't have anywhere better to do this in, like has a series of strokes and seizures on stream.
Well, she has a good reason to be in the kitchen. I don't know what the fuck this bitch is doing. At least the mother has a good reason. But once again, imagine you as a father coming home after a long day of work and you see your daughter doing this dumb shit. Who wouldn't get pissed off? I'll get pissed off so fucking much. I don't give a fuck. But yeah,
we're pissed off. Like that's the thing. Like we're pissed off, and we have full context for this. Like, do you ever notice that when someone's having a conversation on the phone, it's annoying as fuck because you only hear half the conversation?
True, but we can see what's happening.
That's the thing. We can see, but imagine being in the room not seeing what's going on.
Oh, yeah, I would be very confused.
You'd be confused, and then you'd be annoyed.
Like very annoyed. Like what the fuck? Like, and I can hear my brother like shut the fuck up. Like,
yeah,
what?
Yeah, no, and then of course, W's name is like, oh well, women have always done things like this. Okay, no, they haven't. Just because a handful of women throughout history have done stupid shit does not mean that every single woman has done it. It is the quantity of women doing this kind of stupid, self-debasing bullshit that has changed. There are plenty of women in historical times that went through their entire lives never doing anything like this.
You say that women has always been doing things like this? What do you mean by that? You got to specify before I go in. What do you mean? Because
I think he's just doing it to get a reaction, honestly. He feels more like a troll the longer he talks.
Yeah. Because this is the first time in human history, once again, first time in human history that this type of shit is happening.
Yeah, honestly feels like a troll. Like, if I didn't value... If I didn't value like free speech in your chat, I'd probably just block the bugger, but he's not doing enough shit to justify that yet.
Spoken Simpsons dumb. Stop it. Yeah, I know you're on some bullshit right now. But when it comes to this situation, right? You said that you think that this trend is only going to last for a couple months, a few months.
Well, yeah, because it's only gonna people are only gonna do it because it makes them a lot of money in a short period of time, and because it just popped up, like people are going to be interested. Like, oh, hey, what's this? And they'll interact like a couple times. Maybe you'll get some whales that'll actually simp super hard for it, but then you're going to get a whole bunch of different people doing it, and they're going to add like a whole new bunch of different trends, and it's going to get oversaturated until eventually it's just going to become kind of a thing, but it's not going to be the, oh, hey, if you want super success, you got to jump in, because there's going to be fucking NPC influencer characters at some point.
It's insane, bro. But do you want to do one more segment, or you're good to go for now?
Honestly, Yeet, I am sniffling up a storm here, and I basically got to empty out my sinuses. So,
fair enough.
Yeah, I think I've gone about as far as I can reasonably go and still be coherent.
One more question then. What's up with the fires up there?
The fires?
Yeah.
Oh, the forest fires. Well, it's been hot and dry. Actually, a bunch of the fires have stopped. I think that this is more so the sudden amount of rain we got is just putting a bunch of smoke into the air, the same way as you dousing a campfire.
Yeah, because my friend in North Dakota, he's dying right now because of the smoke.
Okay, let me see where. Forgive me for not knowing U.S. geography, but let me see where North Dakota is on the map. Because there have been forest fires more west of me. But most of the fires in Quebec have been dealt with. Upper Midwest, oh yeah, no, there's been just a shit ton of forest fires up in that local area. I guess it's been really hot. We've gotten a whole lot of rain coming off the Great Lakes and coming up from the south recently. But no, the West is currently on I guess central Ontario right now. It's just on fire because it's cooked. It has just been cooked and dry, and it's on fire.
It's got to the point where it was affecting me.
Yeah, honestly, today there was just a shit ton of smoke coverage as well. You thought it was clouds, but it was nah, that's all smoke.
Yeah, the air smelled like sweet smoke. That was weird. And then the sun was pretty much blocked out. I had to wear my mask, even though it's not really going to help, but it's something. But goddamn, you guys need to put out that goddamn fire. Fuck.
It's kind of big, man. It's kind of hard to put these out.
I'm about to go all conspiracy mode again.
Honestly, I wouldn't even blame you if you did. Okay. Look, I would not be surprised if a bunch of these fires are being set just as a form of climate change activism to get people to, be like, oh no, this is the hottest summer on record high temperatures, record forest fires. This has to be due to climate change. Would not be surprised in the slightest if that's actually the reason for all these fires.
Well, how you say, a lot of things in the story of these fires, it's just not adding up per se. Oh, I forgot to mention, chat. Thank you very much. I have reached 500 subs on my Odyssey channel. That's a big accomplishment. In my opinion, that's a big accomplishment.
Oh, hell yeah. For Odyssey, that is quite high.
You guys, if you haven't subbed to my Odyssey channel, go sub. Also, starting next week, I'm going to be doing the same thing that Hammerhand is doing. I'm going to be doing a stream on YouTube, and then I'm going to switch to Rumble because a lot more people will be comfortable talking to me on Rumble because I don't have to worry about my channel being destroyed. Would you agree, Gray?
Yep, 100%.
So, chat, once again, if you have not subbed to my channel on Odyssey, go sub to that. On top of that, I will be switching to Rumble very soon because I told you guys earlier this year. But by the end of 2023, I am getting off of YouTube. YouTube is done. And I'm just going to be on Odyssey and Rumble and all that stuff. So
yeah, I already multi-streamed to Odyssey, and I will be multi-streaming to Rumble in the near future as soon as I figure out how to do that. It's not that hard. I just need to...
Yes, Shinobi 1, I am abandoning YouTube. I am abandoning it.
Yeah. Apparently, I don't know if you ever watch any Louis Rossmann stuff, but apparently YouTube is trying to get people to pay for views now. So
pay for.
Let me find the video real quick.
Shinobi 1, what do you mean by buy? Go to Odyssey. Go to Rumble. Come on, man. You can create an account. Shit. And then on top of that, you guys can actually listen to how I really feel about certain topics. I don't have to hold back when it comes to YouTube.
Yeah, here you can. I'll send you the video link. You can look more into it later. But yeah, apparently, yeah, his title is like YouTube wants us to pay for views. This platform is circling the drain.
Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of YouTube very soon.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. We got to start building our audiences on alt tech. So
yes, and Shinobi 1, you don't have to abandon YouTube. All I'm saying is go ahead and sub to Odyssey and Rumble to our channels. That's it.
Yeah, we're not telling anyone else to get off of YouTube. It's just more of our content is going to be appearing elsewhere.
Majority of my content will be on Odyssey and Rumble. The only time I go on YouTube is when if I'm gonna do some type of preview or trailer.
It's Louis Rossmann. I don't know. I've seen IS pronounced as E sometimes. So yeah, sometimes Louis is pronounced Louis, but it could be Lewis. Usually, when I understand it to be Lewis, it's Lewis.
He says, "R.I.P. Grigor Warbands on YouTube." Do you blame us? Do you know how much bullshit that we went through? The Warband?
I mean, I'm probably making the same amount of money on alt tech as I am on YouTube, so it don't matter to me.
True, but you know, Undead Chronic lost 13 channels. Hammerhand, he lost, I don't know what channel he's on now. He lost channels. Ribby, he lost a channel for some bullshit reason. Me, I almost lost a channel, but I was able to get it back. I don't know about the rest of the gang, but
yeah, I haven't got a copyright strike yet, but I've been very cautious about a bunch of that stuff. And I mostly say all the base red pill stuff on your channel. My channel, I'm more so too busy talking about AI or like roasting Think Before You Sleep.
Shinobi 1 says, I'm just saying people have left before, but YouTube is where the eyes are at. Of course, YouTube has abandoned us. It isn't about money. It's about men. It's about holding the line. Yeah, why do you think I haven't streamed for majority of July? I don't give two fucks about the money. The donations are phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. It helps the channel. Hell, it helped the Warband overall. But at the end of the day, if I can't truly speak what I want to talk about, and I was very generous with YouTube for a long time, but now it's getting to the point where I am seriously walking on eggshells talking about women's wrongs. So that's why by the end of the year, bye-bye YouTube. because the message needs to go out in this purest form with 100% honesty, not trying to beat around the bush and trying to say things to make people feel good. No. Let's talk about facts. Let's talk about reality. So that's why this situation is happening. You agree, Gray?
Yeah. And on that note, is like YouTube being where the eyes are is like, okay, yeah, but YouTube is so oversaturated. Like, here's the thing. So long as the content that people want to watch is on YouTube, people will watch it. But if you take the content that people want to watch off of YouTube, the people who want to watch that other content will also go off of YouTube. Like, you're not going to change. You're not going to change YouTube, because here, like, doesn't matter how big you get, the pond is so much bigger, and there's massively bigger fish. On alt tech, at least you have the option of becoming somewhat prominent and maybe even getting in the recommended, because you're not constantly kicked down by the algorithm.
Most likely, I will be putting shorts of the live streams I'll have on alt tech on YouTube if it's not, too crazy. And okay. I'm talking about just a couple minutes, like a few minutes.
Yeah, but just to address Vac here is like, okay, yeah, Vac, convenience overrides anything for normies. What fucking normies watch our content to begin with?
No, the normies watch Fresh and Fit. They watch Rolo Tomato.
Like, that's the thing. Like, I've given some people like active hints to be like, hey, this is how you fucking find me, and they can't even be arsed to do that. So it's like, people act like those kinds of people. It's like, look, if you can't even be arsed to find a channel with fucking hints, then you're beyond useless, and I don't need you.
I agree. I completely agree with that.
Because, like, okay, Yeetus, like, if you knew my voice and I told you I am 3 degrees from Pop Culture Rocks, how fast do you think you'd be able to find me?
3 degrees from Pop Culture Rocks.
Like I say, start with Pop Culture Rocks, find the alternative channel, and find the alternative channel of Pop Culture Rocks, and I'm 2 degrees of separation from that.
It should be pretty easy.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently someone who claims to be interested can't even find me with that level of hint. So if someone like that can't find me, normies can't fucking find me. So I don't give a shit about what normies think.
Hold up. Somebody has a question. I'll let you answer this question first. Do you want the message to get to them in any form you have control over, or hand that off to grifters completely? What do you mean by that?
I don't have... Do you think I have any control over the grifters on YouTube? YouTube decides who gets their message out to the mass amount of people.
You don't have control over that, no.
Now, here's the thing. Here would be the other thing. What is far more likely to happen? That me making content on YouTube somehow ends up in someone's algorithmic feed, and they look into my content and enjoy it, bypassing all the algorithmically pushed grifters, or I make Rumble exclusive content, which someone else makes a clip compilation of, or includes me in part of their clip compilation of Rumble exclusive content for their algorithmically promoted YouTube content.
You're making a lot of sense right now, bro. Like, it's crazy right now.
Like right here. Like, I don't own TikTok. I don't watch TikTok. I have no intention to get TikTok. And yet, up on screen right now is some TikTok videos. How did they get here? Someone went on TikTok, grabbed a compilation of clips, and decided to put it up, maybe with some commentary.
I agree.
People will do that with Rumble. As soon as there is Rumble exclusive content, people will find the stuff that they deem the most spicy and try to milk YouTube content with it. And there's your free advertising.
Fair enough. So why can't we just say, hey, I'm going to have a stream on this platform or that platform, or you just put some type of trailer on a short or on a video? Like, what's the harm in that? You know, if you put it on YouTube, right? Yeah, hey, I'm going to be having this stream on Odyssey and Rumble and, I don't know, Locals. And if you guys want to watch, just head over there. You know, that's how I'm going to use my channel by the end of the year. It's just going to be for trailers, or if the conversation is good enough, I'll give you guys a few minutes of the conversation. But that's about it.
Look, it's okay. Cesspool. There is no void that will be filled if the entire warband disappears off of YouTube. The grifters are already here. There's not a bunch of people waiting in the wings to fill the space that the warband occupies with grifting stuff. No, those grifters are already building their presence on YouTube. They're already here.
We already lost.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. We lost. No, the amount of gatekeeping we tried to do for the last few years, it was for naught. Why? Because we got a bunch of people that are money hungry that try to collaborate with these fuck boys or these fuck girls, being a bunch of echo chambers.
And anytime you try to call these people out on their shit, anytime you try to call these grifters out, they go, like, if you're big enough to get their attention, they go to YouTube crying and get your channel banned. We lost.
Exactly. You lost. And the only time you can do that is on YouTube. And think about that, chat. Not Odyssey, not Rumble, not Locals, YouTube. So why would I waste my energy in a platform that is it inherently is not going to work in my favor? Because I speak the truth. I don't speak that PC bullshit nonsense like, oh, you want to date men that's 6 foot? Oh, she's not yours. It's just your turn. Yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock. But let's talk about some real shit. But when you talk about some real shit, suddenly your channel is shadow banned.
Okay, like in Shinobi 1, like, you only lost when you say you lost? No, I'm pretty sure that when the enemy raises their flag in your stronghold, you've lost.
Exactly. And once again, I still have my Yidis News channel, right? So if I'm going to work on that channel, I really want to work on newsworthy stuff, right? I don't just want to talk about, oh, let's talk about dating. Oh, let's talk about how women ain't shit. Yeah, I think we're 10 to 12 years on YouTube. We talked about that for so long. We're just pretty much beating a dead horse with a chainsaw. Okay, we know what the fuck is going on. Well, let's expand our horizon and talk about some real shit, other shit that affects men. Right?
And here's the thing.
What's up?
But just the other thing is like, okay, maybe we can still like, it's like, okay, well, we haven't lost until we finally give up. It's like, okay, I have a limited amount of time and effort on this earth. And this is not my career. I am not getting enough financing to quit my day job and do this full time. I have a life.
Yep. Gotta go out there and touch grass. That's what I gotta do.
like I got a life, I got hobbies, I have shit that I do other than this. And so I need to determine what is the most efficient and effective use of my time. am I going to come out further ahead building up on alt tech where I actually have the chance to stand out, or trying to grab scraps from the grifters? Because that's basically what we get. We get those scraps that the algorithm feeds people who dedicate themselves into grifter channels.
Yeah, because once again, don't get me wrong. The YouTube has been a decent place, like 2014, 2013, like years ago. But right now, it's definitely getting to that misandrous point where any type of notion of talking down on women, you or the channel will suffer consequences. Worst comes to worst, you will lose your channel. And we know this. Somebody sent donation. Backed by the only platform you can't be banned. Which platform? I'm confused. Thank you for a donation.
Yeah, I was saying, like, there's no platform that you can't be banned off of. That is entirely due to the whims of the admins.
Yeah, there's videos on Rumble that were removed. Like anybody's videos can be removed, but it's less likely on Odyssey and Rumble. Less likely. Right now, we're in the stage, I will say, Gray, do you know who Filthy Frank is?
Honestly, not really. I kind of missed his whole era.
You don't know who Filthy Frank is?
That's the thing. I think I'd recognize the guy because I've seen the memes of him, but I don't know the phenomenon.
What about Pink Guy?
I've seen Pink Guy. Like, I've seen him. I'm aware of kind of the meme of him, but I don't know shit beyond that.
Once again, I love Filthy Frank. Filthy Frank is one of the reasons I'm able to talk shit. He's a big reason. He's the one that was one of the first rebellious, YouTubers. Like, that goes against the, the rules and shit of YouTube. There's a reason why he left in 2017, even though his following is still huge to this day, but he left because he saw it coming. He saw how YouTube is going to, cancel him eventually. So he left before that even happened. And not only that, he wanted to pursue his music career, which he is pretty successful right now. His name is Joji.
And okay, but Shinobi One, here's the thing.
He has a lot of money.
Like, look, we can either continue supporting YouTube, which has the existing infrastructure, and fight a losing battle where we are essentially just waiting for the ban hammer to finish us off, or we pick an alt tech channel to focus on and help build that one up so that they can eventually get the server infrastructure to have a more worldwide reach.
Yeah. My veins are hella showing right now. My bad.
I guess the analogy would be, you just let me know if this sounds correct or incorrect, but we have the choice to continue fighting a guerrilla war in a conquered country, or moving to a different, smaller country to build up our force and independence there.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree. I will say, I will much rather, based on your analogy, which makes sense, move to a smaller country where we can, rebuild and actually, reinforce everything, like manpower and all that other stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're trying to do. Because once again, it doesn't even have to be about us. Undead Chronic was banned 13 times. 13 times. Ribby had his 111K channel banned because of feet showing on a thumbnail.
What happened was his thumbnail got false flagged for sexual content. And then some human at YouTube actually watched his content and thought, yeah, I don't want this, and this is a good enough justification, so goodbye.
Right, and you know what's happening on the other platforms? Like, you heard about Kick?
No.
Well, XQC. I don't know.
Streamers are jumping to Kick instead of Twitch because Twitch is being bullshit.
$100 million deal. $100 million. What the fuck? Anyway, what's that?
Think about this. Think about how much Hammerhand makes during a stream. Think about how much he makes of super chats. Him going to Rumble and doing streaming stuff on Rumble, that is money denied to YouTube and going to Rumble. I think Rumble's got a super chat feature.
He will make so much money.
That's the thing. He's making the money. He's more likely to actually get the money. And Rumble is going to benefit far more from the thousands of dollars Hammerhand makes in a stream versus the money that YouTube would get off of him, which is a drop in the fucking bucket to them.
Yeah, by the end of this month, I am going to disable super chats.
I think I still have super chats enabled, but no one uses them, so it doesn't matter.
True, but I'm going to disable it, because I don't want to support YouTube anymore. They screwed way too many people over. Way too many people that weren't even doing anything bad. They were just speaking the truth. Right? But these pink-nailed, he, she, whatever they want to call themselves, got offended by a comment or a thumbnail and just easily get rid of a channel that was 111K subs. Talking about Ribby. Why would I even put any effort on this platform at this point? You get what I'm saying?
That's the thing. There's no point in trying to game the algorithm to get to 100K because sometime on the way or at the point where you hit 100K, that's when your channel vanishes.
Exactly. The fact that I have 13K, in my opinion, is a huge ass accomplishment. It's a phenomenal accomplishment. The fact that with the help of you, Undead Chronic, Rishi, Hammerhand, TFM, Sandman, Red Ranger, etc. I was able to amass 13K subs. And I didn't even think I was going to get over 1K subs.
But now here's the thing. So Shinobi One, if the server stuff on Rumble is slow, then that is something to consider in what we have to deliver. So on Rumble, shorter content is probably far more valid because shorter, more consumable content will be easier for people to watch, whereas live streams might be harder. That's something to consider for feedback to improve the user experience.
Whether it's slow or not, at least I'll be able to speak my mind a lot more compared to YouTube. Hold up. Because a lot of people, they definitely got some things to say. I don't blame them, though. Your message, our message, is the same everywhere. I'll support the next man who has the same message and is reaching the ears on here. Yeah, support us. Support us if you believe that our message is true and our message is actually something that is worthy of being listened to.
And honestly, if you can find someone else on here who's spreading the same message, heck, by all means, that'd be cool. Like, you can find someone who's spreading the same message and somehow isn't getting banned. Heck, maybe we can arrange some kind of collaboration with them. And then that could also bring stuff to Rumble and give our content out on YouTube. Win-win-win.
But if they're better at conveying the message, support them.
100%.
You don't have to support me. I don't give a fuck. Like, once again, I'm passionate about this shit. I don't need this, right? I want this. I want to help to spread the message, right? So I'm not gonna make a big deal, bro. I'm not gonna make a big deal. If you believe that, other people, they're able to explain the message a lot better than me, it is what it is, right? As long as the message is being spread.
Yeah. Basically, if another warbender is gonna hit 100K, they have to finger bang the shit out of that algorithm with shorts. Like, that is the only way that anyone in the warband is going to get it, is they pop in and then they just go ham on the shorts for months.
Yeah, that's another reason my channel got big, because I copied Ruby and Chronic. The shorts things that we did years ago, that was the thing, right? And that's how I got a lot of views and stuff. But that's not the thing anymore. I have to actually create shorts. But that shit's hella annoying. Like, it is. Believe it or not, chat, it is very annoying to create shorts.
Oh God.
Like the actual shorts.
That's the thing. Like, I don't have the time or effort to even be bothered to. Like, first I'd have to go onto something like TikTok, watch God knows how much cringe, download said cringe, and then edit said cringe into a video, and then respond to it. Like, by God. Like, my brain is dying just thinking about it.
Shinobi one says, do a community vote. See how many people will move to another platform. It will be interesting to see. Of course I will sub, but if I view or not will depend on site traffic. Why would I have to do a vote on that? You can stay on YouTube.
But we don't need like a survey. That's the thing. Like, people can say anything on a survey. Like, here's the thing: you can't even reliably post the link to Rumble on YouTube, because then they'll ban your channel for putting a link to not safe for work content.
Shinobi, I didn't post anything on Rumble yet. Just give me time. I will post on that pretty much this week. I'll be posting videos on that channel. But
I gotta go. My sinuses are stuffed.
It's going crazy.
It's going crazy, and if I keep allowing us to go back and forth, we'll be here for another hour.
Fair enough, man. Do you have time on Friday to do a stream?
I should. I think. Like, I'm expecting someone else to do it, but yeah, like, I'll probably do System Shock tomorrow, and then I should have free time on Friday to do a stream. But as usual, you say 1 hour stream, and we're almost at the 3-4 hour mark. Yeah, we're also at the 4 hour mark.
Hey, I admitted in the beginning. That this wasn't going to be a 1 hour stream. Yeah. I already knew.
Yeah.
I texted you that, hey, we're going to try to do a 1 hour stream, and based on the conversation, I was like, okay, we're not going to have a 1 hour stream. It's not going to happen.
This mouse is pissing me off. He's literally eating peanut butter off the trap in front of me, and he's fucking fine. It's not triggering.
Bro, do you have an airsoft gun or anything?
Closest I got's a fucking slingshot, but that's more likely to put a hole in the wall.
Fuck.
He's literally got his fucking body weight on the goddamn mousetrap pad, and it's not triggering.
See, that's what I'm saying. Get a big laundry basket or something. Just trap that motherfucker.
The layout of my room does not allow for that. It's just, oh my God, this guy's He is like, seriously, this is frustrating. It's like this thing should be triggering. This is how a mousetrap is supposed to work, and it's not. He's just licking the peanut butter off the trap.
Oh, you got a new sub, Gray? Something about Rumble.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you. He's looking right at me. This little shit. This little shit.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't take that disrespect.
I don't want to take that disrespect, but I know. Oh,
we gotta fight it out. At least with me, we gotta duke it out.
This thing, like maybe I could hit him with a fucking bottle launch. This is probably one of the stupidest things I've done.
Well, how you say?
I'm switching mousetraps after this. This is bullshit. Oh, and never mind. It was too late. He fucking ran off. I'm switching mousetraps. Okay, I gotta go. And then I'm switching mousetraps. This fucker pissed me off.
All right, he's fighting mice right now, so he has to head out. Anything to say to the chat before you head out, or are you good?
Fuck this mouse. Peace out, Warband.
Fuck this mouse. All right, man. So at this moment, chat, let me talk to you. Okay. At this moment, it's been a while. I know I didn't stream in almost 3 weeks, like literally. But I'm letting you know my plans right now. I don't plan on being on YouTube by the end of the year. I really don't. Because, yeah, having donations is nice and all, or having people giving me gifts is nice and all. You know, I appreciate all those. But at the end of the day, I can't truly be honest with you guys, right? And I have to walk on eggshells 24/7 in order for me to not get some type of strike or whatever, or get my channel deleted. So I will be doing the transition next month. Next month, I'll be shilling the fuck out of my Odyssey and Rumble channels. Maybe locals. But at the moment, it's just Odyssey and Rumble. Because at least on those platforms, I can tell you guys how I really feel about certain situations. On here, I can't. I have to worry about my language, presentation, whatever type of information I give you guys. I have to worry about all of that. I'm not saying this channel is going to be deleted. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this channel is going to be 4th, 5th, 6th place of my priority. And then I'm going to put Odyssey or Rumble as my first choice. But that's only until the end of the year, so we got plenty of time. But until then, right, from now until the end of the year, I'm going to be shilling the hell out of those, you know, Rumble and Odyssey. So you guys know where I'm going to be at next. I'm sure you guys will appreciate it too. So I'm able to be more relaxed around you guys. YouTube is alright. But the fact that they can just delete my channel just because they don't like what the fuck I have to say, that's more than enough reason for me to be like, nah, I don't want to be on this platform anymore. I'm sure you guys agree. And on top of that, the NPC stream thing is beyond weird. And I truly believe that social media completely fucked up the mindset of Gen Z. Gen Z, you guys are fucked. You guys are destroyed. It's only going to get worse from here. It's only going to get worse. Nobody's going to correct these females or male, but mainly females. They're not going to correct them on the nonsense that they're doing just for a quick little buck. Right now, it's just about, mimicking noises and eating food. Let's see how far that rabbit hole goes when it comes to if it reaches OnlyFans. How far the women will go in order to make that bag. And I'm talking about taking off clothes. and watch them trying to make themselves look holier than thou to the children, say, oh, at least I paid the rent, at least I paid the food, I paid the clothes off your back. Bitch, you could have done that with almost any other job, but you decide to be a weird ass fucking wannabe robot to the point where you're probably doing this shit on OnlyFans. And guess what? My homies got access to OnlyFans. So guess what they're gonna look at? A weird ass fucking mom that's acting like a fucking robot, but busting her legs wide open just for a little change. That's why I feel very bad for the upcoming generation that have to deal with this bullshit with Gen Z and millennials, but I would say more Gen Z. Imagine going to school and having the bully pull up a video or photo of your mom doing some dumb NPC shit and pretending to eat a fucking pineapple, whatever it is, while spreading her fucking legs. How can you defend against that? You can't. You can't. The amount of children doing self-harm or eating themselves is growing, and is growing very fast. And do you really think that these model women give a fuck? Nah. These model women will throw God themselves under the bus. They will throw God under the bus in order to avoid accountability. Just think about that. But it is your boy, Sir Yidis. Thank you very much for joining this stream today. I want it to be 1 hour, but it's 4 hours because you already know how my streams are, right? I always underestimate. I love the participation in the chat, right? The chat was very awesome when it comes to engaging in the conversation. And mainly, I greatly appreciate anybody that decides to donate to your boy. I think this is the first time that I never even shilled my Cash App. I haven't even shielded my Cash App. That's how good the conversation was today. Because once again, chat, I'm not here about the money, right? The money is cool, right? Helping my channel grow. But this isn't my job. This isn't what I depend on. I can leave right now and I'm good, but I'm not going to leave. YouTube is going to have to kick me off, right? Even if I'm going to go on other platforms. Let me see what I can do with YouTube. But unfortunately, I'm going to be focusing more on Rumble and Odyssey. Because once again, I can't truly be myself on this platform. I can't. And I'm sure you guys understand. There should be another stream tomorrow, chat. There should be another stream tomorrow. I will definitely let you guys know. But regardless, it's your boy, Sir Yudis. Thank you very much for joining the stream. I am about to go and enjoy a nice drink. I am out. Peace.